Hey guys. So today we'll probably farm a little bit coins, maybe try to collect stuff for Jesus Christ, for house. Not the build house, but collect, yeah. Because I saw I have a list here of the house. A house. Do 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 do. Yeah, and collect all of that. So yeah. Maybe this guy also put the blueprint there. But yeah, I wanna first farm a little bit coins to unlock the thingies. I mean thingies to unlock one more power on altar, because now it's getting ridiculous, 10,000 for one power. And I still need 5 more. But I checked, from the prey, guys, you will get more. Like praise will give you like 500 more from the boss here. So instead of like for 500, he's already giving 500, yeah. But then he will give you 1,000 per each day per character. So that means if you come on the alts, let's say we have 10 alts. I know it's a lot, but some people have. So then instead of farming all this, like this boss is up right now. I'm going there. I will get 500, yeah. So then I'll get 1,000, yeah. But only one time per day. So then go instead of farming on that night everything, I'm going to another character, jumping, killing the boss, 1,000, another 1,000, yeah. So even say 5 alts, 5,000, yeah. So that would be super duper fast, I would say. I mean, like time fast, yeah. Like you don't have to like spending here much time, but I still need, like, you see how many patrols I have to do. So yeah, it's a little bit of green, but I don't mind. Like, I don't know, I really don't mind it. Like for example, the title get like it's Curse Breaker, I think, from doing 300 these strikes that are here, source or strikes, whatever you want to call it. It's a lot, but I don't care about titles, so it's not bothering me. But if someone cares about titles, I know, like Curse Breaker, I mean, it sounds nice, like the title sounds nice, but it's too much effort, guys. Like, seriously, who the hell is making these numbers there? Like, it's way too much, considering it's 45 minutes. I already showed you in my short the way how you can do it way faster, yeah, that you can do even few swords in one time, like even up to 5. It's my maximum, but I think if you squeeze faster, you can do like 6. So okay, but let's say every 45 minutes you're doing 5, okay? And let's say you play like Saturday, Sunday, you play like you can do 10 times, okay? So it will give you 50, okay? So you have to do this 6 days in a row. I mean, in a row, like say week Saturday, Sunday, you're getting 100. So then you have to do this 3 weekends. But like doing that every 45 minutes and spamming, killing, looking for the group, quickly killing again, blah 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 5 times. Yeah? Because sometimes you will not do 5 times, because it's one event that is very quick, and even if the group is smaller and all of that, you will still die very fast. So maybe you'll do twice. But even on my server, in very low population, when I came back from this other area, it was already also on my server. Is this the one, the Murk one? This one here. It's like very super duper fast one. Oh yeah. I'm thinking maybe I should do another Mythic Zero tour. On like Hunter maybe. Because, I mean, I'm afraid on the rogue I will not be very good rogue. I'm done on rogue already, yeah, but I know when I was doing this Mythic Zero, I realized that like I said, maybe I'm getting just older. But I'm also playing first-person shooter games, so it's not for me the issue to like click the things, right? But I think like the rogue I remember when I used to play like in Wrath of the Lich King, it just changed drastically, like really drastically, because before the game wasn't that like fast-paced game, yeah. Like the playstyle of the rogue, I mean, and I enjoyed it. But guys, because when I think about it, back in the days when I was playing Assassination Rogue, okay, I was just pressing Multilate and Venom, okay? Yeah, just these two buttons basically. I mean, okay, it was also one buff you were getting, but I don't remember which one, because like Slice and Dice was applying automatically. Yeah, so I was just doing this. Yeah, just basically this. I mean, I think there's one more button I was pressing, but yeah, it was basically just that, guys. So when I compare to how it works like now, it's, you know, hell and heaven basically. Yeah? Like it's way big difference. Okay, they take this patrol. Yeah, we need like 10,000, it's only 2,000 left. Yeah, I will just join one group. And after that, after like doing all these patrols I already took plus the events with this group, I should be home. Yeah, I should be done with all of that. Oh, don't die. I think I will die. No, what is up there? I don't want to do this. Purging the vaults. Okay, where they are. Okay, there is another patrol hill. Yeah, frankly, I could do on one more character, the Mythic Plus. But if I want, because you see, the thing is that I was thinking to join another guild to do to raid 4 times per week, 2 times in one guild, 2 times in another guild. And I was thinking to join out the Warlock, but I forgot that the first 2 Wednesdays, and I'm clearing normal and most of heroic with the Hall of Fame guild doing split. So my Warlock will be without like the gear from Mythic Plus at least. So I'll be behind. So then I could join maybe another character, but you see, the other characters are not geared that well. But you know, doing Mythic 0, getting some gear, getting Vault, you know, it will help, like on Rogue, for example. But I don't know if, because, okay, I'm on Warlock, I'm not the best. That's just the fact. I'm not the best on Warlock, but I enjoy. Yeah, I quite enjoy playing Warlock. But yeah, like I said, I'm not the best. Plus, yeah, like now when I think about other alt I could do, maybe, then I don't know even like on what I should do. Yeah, like on which character. So wait, let's find a bigger group because it's like a very small group. Okay, this is the bigger group. Because basically, the bigger group, the faster the events are going. Yeah? You don't have to like care much. Wait, so did it finish? Yeah. Okay, good. There'll be new event now, and we need 2,000. Yeah, so one boss and events before boss, and it will be good. And now, since we have blueprints in the game, I'm also thinking about doing house. But this is the thing. Look here, like my alliance house, which is almost already well max level, and horde one, we're 5 levels behind. So I forgot to switch them like in and out. No, it's okay. It's okay. Because like I was thinking, you know, like Alliance house, because it's like my house is in a very gloomy spot. It would be perfect for that night, near to the cemetery. And I was thinking like do the horde one. I have house on the beach, like do some like something more positive, let's say, overall. So also not warlock, maybe like some hunter launch or something, or maybe even druid. I mean, I have every character, yeah, or maybe like do some racing, or maybe from that night, but like in the Tauren style. Because like I said yesterday, guys, like I like in my head, it's hard to imagine like the house for that night Tauren, which will include both like the Tauren, things, and also uh, that night and Tauren, the same house. Because I can totally see like the Tauren house, also that night house, but these two together, like in somehow in my head, it's not combined very well. So, but like I said, I mean, I used to, as a kid, I used to not even like love playing with Lego. So I had like a lot of Lego. I was also, despite building, because I have like like the sets of Lego, but I saw like I received it from someone, like the whole bucket of Lego, like random Lego, like there were just bricks there, Lego bricks, yeah, from different sets, and from this bucket I was building whatever I wanted, yeah, my imagination, creation. So I love this shit. But frankly speaking, I was enjoying to build like the sets, yeah, have instruction and build step by step by instruction and do this, rather than making own things. I mean, I still like it idea, but for example, it's just weird. And people, I mean, I think it's like 50-50. Some people, when they have set, they build instruction and just play this way. Or sometimes, like techniques, for example, when you have one set, it's possible to build him in different ways, yeah, the same set. So my point is that I was the one who always followed the instruction. And sometimes it was like a technique and I saw like you can build something else from these bricks, and I like it. I build it by the instruction, but I never ever like dismantle this set and build something by my own creation. And some people do that, but for me it was always no. I follow the steps and just stick this way, yeah. How many battles are already done? Jesus Christ, we almost done that already. Is there 250 is achievement, and I done almost half of it. And it's the first week, yeah. And frankly speaking, it's not like I'm here spending whole day farming it. No, it's quite, when you are here, yeah, and it's like event going on. Now I don't have any to pick up, but I usually what I do when event is going on, I'm not really focused on the event. I'm just around to have a credit for the event. I'm just picking up the patrols and focus on the patrols. But patrols very often align with what you have to do, because when you kill mobs, it's also aligned. It's the same mobs like Kiss of Ulatek or collecting this stuff from the mobs. Yeah, when it's, for example, it's burning the corpses, they also around here, so you can just click. Yeah, only few are like you have to go in a certain position, like is the remaining body. So this event is here, so it should be probably here or here. So I can go inside the event, but sometimes an event is on the top of the map, and it's always here. We have a patrol there, and also here. Okay, let's pick up the patrol. But you see, after 1 minute, so probably after this event, we'll have already incursion, and after incursion is the boss. So we'll be at 10,000 for sure. What did you get? Remains located, you see? Oh no, now it's there, okay, but it's also in the zone of the event, I think. It should be good. Damn, guys, I know, last days my stomach is not very good. I have peace for almost 1 month, literally everything was working in the perfectly, and now not, and I don't know what's going on, because it's not like I'm eating some shit. That's the fact. Now I don't, but during this month when everything is fine, because it's always like that. When I'm feeling better, I'm starting eating things I shouldn't, yeah. And I eat these things, but I was fine after that. But I think it's accumulating in my body, and after few days or even weeks, it's hitting me back, which is weird, because when I think about the digestion system, when you eat something unfresh, for example, guys, it's the matters of minutes or max hours, yeah, when your stomach will be, not happy, you have to run to the toilet, but it's usually very quick. I was too slow. Okay, let's take patrol, because event is done. Let's do patrols. I mean, take patrols. We have 2 of them. But like I said here, guys, I checked the prey, and like the boss will be giving like 1,000. This is 500. So yeah, if you do this like in your own terms, yeah, like slowly, just coming here and there, you eventually like the amount of time you'll spend farming this, you will be less than me. Yeah, what I'm doing right now. I'm assuming, you know why? Because like in theory, it should be this way. But what I'm afraid, which I'm always afraid of zones like that and things like that, that guys, it's at the beginning of the season, so of course it's a lot of people, yeah. But what I'm always afraid after like not days, but like after few weeks, it will be empty. You know, like you will not find the groups doing this. I mean, the groups will be there here and there, yeah. And that's what I'm afraid, because now I can just join the group, leave the group, join the group, leave the group, join the group. I can, yeah, it's very fast. But also what I mean by that, like it's the last boss. If I want, I can really quickly kill him, find another group, kill him again, and maybe kill him again. So like even 3 times. Yeah. So it's like 500 coins plus the 285 item. Yeah, on that I don't need, but it's quite good to. Gear up alts like that. To be honest, I don't know why I'm now at that night not on my one of the alt, because I could come here like on rogue and gear it up like that. 280 and 5 few times, it'll be good. You see, like we are going, and now I just clicked. So patrols are just you doing passively when you're walking, yeah. Just you have to remember to pick them up, yeah. And they usually like there's the zone you are going with the strike or like now Gershon. It's the same arena area, yeah. Like you don't have to just do something special, really. I also regret that these have been changed. Like usually when some event in this zone is a good example, but it's very often like that in different zones too. When it's like even going and you're killing these mobs during the event, they don't drop like anything. Yeah, in this they don't drop like the coins. Yeah, so then you have to grab like the other minions around to basically progress. And I don't understand, but I mean, I think I know why they're doing that, because very often, yeah, quite often, during the events, it's the thingy that it's hyper spawning things. So because people used to abuse that system, I think that's why it's like that. We're on 101. Okay, 4 more and we'll be exactly halfway. Yeah, this snake is so OP, guys. This power that snake is kill one-shotting things that below 20%. Yes, zoom and they are dead. Okay, we are almost after this event it will be 10,000. We will also kill the boss. I really don't know what I want to do with us, guys. Like, I'm not even sure if I like proper play on Warlock. Like, I decided it's way easier to focus only about one class, you know, like to perform well and doing proper, like, I mean, okay, last season I was managed easily like Warlock 2 in the sense like doing keys, and I always have 8 keys on Warlock and on that night. It wasn't very tiring, but well, doing that like that every season, it's well, can eventually tired, but it's also nice because when I was getting items for the Warlock was it's best in slot, and my Warlock was way faster, best in slot gear than my Death Knight, way faster. It was so lucky, bastard, holy shit, like really lucky. Okay. Yeah. Okay. We are missing 140 to be exactly on 10,000. But now is the boss time. What we're leaving before boss? Come on, guys. That's the best. The best of the best. So yeah, I'm in a pickle, you know, like I don't know what to do regarding us situation. And I was thinking about like this Warlock, but I forgot that, like I said, yeah, that I'm doing like split run on Warlock this Wednesday and next Wednesday. So I will lock what myself from the loot on normal and heroic. I'm so curious about tuning, yeah, like the first week they will tune characters again. I think again because the last season was the same, and for me it's a little bit bizarre because they're changing so much right now characters around. Like before it was before every expansion, yeah, because they were like huge changes. Let me do some changes, yeah, but now like from the season to season they're changing so much. And before it was mostly about the set, yeah. Now also like they nerf Frost set because it was too powerful, but they have buffed Frost by 9%. But overall, apparently it's like the nerf of 5%. But Frost still looks strong. But well, we'll see because what real numbers on server will be. That's the first thing, and second, what Blizzard will also cook in the meantime. Yeah, like because as you know, the first season, especially for Unholy, was the shit show. Like first 2 weeks were shit show, even longer, because the moment they fixed the bug from the beginning, it took them on 1 month. Yeah, and for Frost was good. I mean, Frost wasn't good, but buffs were good, yeah, because every 2 weeks they were flat buffing Frost, yeah, here and there. That's why till now Frost is doing well. I mean, even by the end of the season, yeah, Frost was doing way better. I mean, maybe way better is not the word to say, but better than Unholy on single target fights, yeah. So. Oh yeah. You know what, guys? I think I have to take a pill. If I'm lucky, on my server will still be alive. Oh, I didn't switch the servers. Ha! Huh. Oh, this one is so behind, and the intrusion wasn't even here. Okay. But well, we are there. Yep. So what should I do now? Oh Jesus, 4 monks online. Monka power. We fight for the Amani. All of them. So I need 4 more. 2 here and 1 here. Because I noticed that for coins, what I'm interested, it's only the mount, which you have a different color, yeah. And the rest I really don't care, and I can only bother. So what should I do now? That's the question, guys. Yes, I don't feel like farming more coins today. Like it's. I'm already like very ahead, I would say. Or I could start picking up these things. I don't know which one is better, frankly speaking. Like, all of them are nice. This reminds them like Naxxramas very much. This one is like less than Naxxramas, but it's beautiful. Like the schools, I mean, it just looks good. It just looks good. It just looks good. This one is like, I would say, Naxxramas. This one is also like Naxxramas because it's like the least Naxxramas, but I like this accent with the thingies. But this one is cool. Also, I like the thing that entrance is from the bottom. Shouldn't be annoying to entrances. It's like not practical, but looks nice. But what I like about this one, this is also interior. Like inside looks very Dead Knight-ish, like super duper Dead Knight-ish. It's not pretty, okay? I mean, you know what I mean by pretty. It's not like this comfy houses. It's just very Dead Knight-ish. Yeah. But then, yeah, I'm not sure what I want to do. Like, because farming coins over and over, and it's like we already like Gucci with coins. I forgot I can just destroy it. I don't need it anymore. I just Google it. It's not important thing to have. Hmm. I wish I could see like item level here. I don't have to enter each class to check it out. I have to go to Glinias to buy some stuff. Damn, but as I have to check one by one. I don't know. I don't know what to do. LOL. This is perfect timing, guys. Uh-oh. Fucking dragon raiding, let's go already to the second spot.
I'm out of range.
This is the minus of the dragon raiding. If you want to do something like precise. Okay, so it will be 46. Next time he'll be up. Well, but I had the reputation, yeah? Yeah, Glina's exalted. I can buy all these things I need. But the question is if I want it. That's a question, guys. And if you build the blueprint, then I could at least start working on it. Yeah, like copy and the list, shopping list, and just go. And I think I would do that, but just like right now. Yeah, let's check item levels on them. Wait, Wolf House number. Okay, I'm 273 here. Wait. Where is the... Oh, here. I wanna check how looks the attack from this trinket. Ah, the other one is better than this one. So we are 273. This one looks cool, not gonna lie. Okay, here very similar. Oh, this trinket looks cool. I wanna show you guys. This trinket, I mean, like ability use, it looks kind of quite cool. Why I'm feeling so lost in Silver Moon now? Like, okay, I'm again here. Like I'm flying from the other side. Look. Looks cool, huh? And attack everything, but not this. Okay. Okay, and what is my item level on mage? Yeah, this one is cool, but yeah, it's not the quiche thing. Okay, here are like the lowest one. But I feel like in mage it doesn't really matter. Beside that, mage is better and arcane right now, like it's best. Like it should be S tier. Well, I'm always just not confused about my main because I'm always playing that knight, yeah. But like I'm choosing out, but I mean, I wonder if for everyone, oh, it's also like almost high. You know, like for other people who play like changing alts main every season, if they have the same problem or even bigger if me choosing alt, yeah, because for them it's also the main, so it's even more important. And having like a pickle like me, ooh. I really don't know, guys. I really don't know. Like, Shaman feels better than Rock, frankly speaking. I mean, and Ench. And Ella I don't even consider. Demon Hunter, no. Mage is quite easy to play, at least Frost. The Hunter, Turkish. I know, like I think like beside the Warlock, I'm thinking like Shaman, Mage, Hunter. Probably not really because I have totally the same little table as that Knight Priest. No, Warrior, not. Oh, I like Fury. I mean, I still like it when I was leveling it. Monk, Evoker, no, and that's it, yeah. Basically every class. So I don't know, guys. I really don't know. Right, love housing the back and similar slide.
Wanting to make player housing easier, fast player housing.
Okay, we have like that's what I said, 46. Yeah, so like, can watch this video.
Easier, faster, and way more fun. Today I'm going to show you 5 add-ons that I personally use, add-ons that have helped me create some absolute insane housing builds, save a ton of time and resources, and even step up the cinematic shots you see in my videos. Whether you're decorating casually, role-playing with friends, or trying to showcase your builds like a pro, these add-ons will completely change how you approach player housing. Let's jump straight into it. First up, we have Decor Vendor, and honestly, this add-on is a complete game changer. Decor Vendor removes all the guesswork when it comes to finding housing items. Instead of bouncing between NPCs, zones, and expansions, this add-on tells you exactly where the decor comes from and who sells it. One of the best features is the filtering system. You can filter by expansions, factions, and even focus on the decor that's quick and easy to obtain early on. If you're more into crafting, there's also a profession filter that helps you track down decor tied to crafting, making it perfect for farming or creating your own pieces instead of buying everything. If you're serious about housing, this add-on is an absolute must-have. Next up is Housing Music. And this one is all about atmosphere. This add-on lets you play music while you're inside your house. The best feature by far is that you can share playlists with your friends. This means if you're role-playing, housing events, or just hanging out, everyone can experience the same vibe together. It includes all the standard in-game music and soundtracks, so whether you're after something peaceful, epic, or nostalgic, you can choose exactly which banger you want to play in your house. This add-on turns your build from something that just looks great into something that actually feels alive. Now let's talk about something extremely useful. Housing Lumber Helper. If you've done a lot of decorating, you already know how annoying lumber management can be. This add-on helps keep your costs down and saves you a huge amount of time. It helps you lock into lumber spawn locations, tracks how much lumber you currently have, and stops you from constantly digging through your bank and bags, trying to figure out what you're missing. On top of that, it includes a really handy action bar preset with things like auction house mount, instant wall bank access, a log tracker, and even a built.
Well, I think that the first add-on is not good because now when they change it in WoW, yeah, the housing.
Once you start using it, you'll never want to decorate.
Show me exactly.
This add-on was made by a good friend, Mr. GM, and I've always loved add-on, and it is and move built important. I'm not a get there housing.
Nothing really interesting. Okay, we have 5 more minutes here. Well, but I still don't know. What should I do? What should I do? What should I do? I have no clue. Who is this guy? Who is this guy? Okay, 1.5 minutes, I guess. Maybe up to 2 minutes. It was nice expansion, guys. Like the zones are very nice. They're like progressing from one zone to another. Like on those last one. Black market here. Or here. The first ride was okish. Like the raid was like Hyman was like okay, but like guys, the Blackrock Foundry was pretty neat, and Hellfire was like a peak. I mean, Hellfire City was just a good, like such a long, good ride, like such a nice bosses. Nice. I mean, I remember Gorfian was like, pain in the ass. And you're looking like 2 skips there, or 2 skips? Yeah, on the left and the right, yeah, 2 skips. Yeah, like portals when you enter the raid. Okay, it should be up any moment, I think. Any momento. Yes, you see, when I don't know what to do, I end up farming mounts. So I'm coming back to my roots. Yeah. But I really don't know, like, still know what to do with the alts thing. And also, if I want to play Warlock, yeah, then I already lock myself out for 2 weeks, yeah. I mean, I will raid, I will have Vault, but I will get 0 loot from the raid. Normal and Heroic. Can do Mythics, right? Mythic Plus, I mean. And I was thinking, because I would also like to get some Mythic, stuff from Mythic, like items from Mythic, or even Heroic from bonus roll. So that will be good to raid. I mean, raid, like, yeah, on the raid on Warlock, yeah, so for that, instead of pagging, because pagging Heroic, especially last 2 bosses, will be annoying. But you know what, after we kill this one, it's here, I wanna check Demonology Warlock best in slot items. Good, no one's there, because the high item level character, he'll one-shot it him. It happened to me before.
I am out of range.
Okay, good, literally nothing. Let me check. Warlock demo. Warlock. Gear. Okay, hopefully. Okay, so already, yeah. Okay, Helm is from the last boss. Neck is from the last boss. Cloak is from the... how to say the... not the last, but before, yeah? Like, so the... this is English, like, Przedostatni. Jesus Christ. Because I do not say, like, 2 words, just one. Wait. Przedostatni po angielsku. What? Last but one. Okay. One before last one. But what? Ultimate?
Penultimate.
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 Penultimate. Okay, so like you know what I mean. So like Ulatek. So 2, 3. I'm counting 2 last bosses. 3. 4. 5. Okay, 5 items. Sorry, 6 items. Holy shit! An offhand. This unit's offhand. Oh my god, that's just last 2 bosses, guys. So of course you can bonus roll and bonus roll. Wait a moment, let me check something. Adventure Gate, raid. So 7, yeah, but it's on Warlock. So I guess it's all right. Wait, okay, this is best slot. This is best slot. This doesn't matter, yeah. It's DVS, so okay, so Trinket not, but So it will be like basically, yeah, because I can bonus roll only 4 items. Okay, so 4 weeks, 4 bonus rolls. Or maybe 3, I think it will be the last one, it will not be that lucky. So 3. So it's better than that night, frankly speaking. Okay, but here it's not better. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. It's like fucking. I mean, it's like this thing with the bonus rolls now. It's like, I mean, they shouldn't be here, or at least I mean, starting from the 5 week or I don't know, like, because guys, you know what is the issue right now? Look, you have in the vault the best installed item, okay? On Mythic, yeah. You're raiding Mythic. You have like best installed item, and now it's a question: it's the best installed item. You should take it or take a bonus roll. I'm thinking. I mean, okay, that depends because if it's a item which is best in slot, and this item drops from the boss that it's only one item from this boss, but that's best in slot. Of course, you're taking this item, yeah. But when you think about last 2 bosses, when you're getting multiply best in slot items, and you having one in the vault, what you are doing? A, you're taking this. B, you don't taking this, and you're taking bonus roll. What do you do? Tick tock, tick tock. To you're taking bonus roll. And know why? Because look, if okay, let's assume that you took an item instead of bonus roll. Okay. So the thing is that when a bonus rolls, you at least eventually appear in the game, like it was in the Void Spire, that you are having also a bonus roll not only from the vault when you don't take anything, just a bonus roll instead of item. So that means that you have bonus roll, yeah, and you have an item. So you're taking this item from the vault, bonus roll from the quest, and you're going to the raid, yeah, and you bonus rolling this boss when you have a few best instant items dropping, yeah. And when you use the bonus roll, what happened is it's bad, because what happened is you can again get the same item you just get in the vault. So that's why it's better to get the bonus roll and bonus roll the boss, because then the next time you bonus roll, this item will be not on the list anymore. So with every week you from bonus roll you're getting a different item, and in vault you don't know what you will get. Yeah. That's why it's so fucked up. And that's what they changed, and I didn't know about it. I found out about it today, and it's like the level of stupidity is like that. But the reason is that apparently because like some classes need like weapon, so they need same weapon twice. So if but then it should be also not like that, because before it was like that when you bonus roll and you already bonus roll all items, and then you can bonus roll any item, yeah. But so then it would change that when you bonus roll after you got all items from the boss, that is the new cycle. So it's like it's reset, and then it's again new bonus rolls, and every week it's one less item. They should do this way, because what they do right now, and it's so fucked up on so many levels, it's that when you change the spec, the reset it's reset the bonus slot. So for example, to explain exactly what I mean, let's say okay, we are here, yeah, and I bonus lock as affliction. Okay, I already use two bonus loot, and I get, let's say, head and trinket. Okay, and warlock. Okay, now I'll just change character because it doesn't make sense of warlock, because warlock doesn't have a weapon here. But let's say warrior, of course. So warrior, we are here. No, it's not. Yeah, warrior. I want to. But it's unique. So what the heck he was meaning by that? It's so unique. He cannot equip 2 of them. It doesn't make sense. Okay, but just for record, we will assume that this is not unique equipment and you can have 2, okay? So, look, you bonus roll this, first week this, second week this, and third week this. You have weapon, yeah? And the thing is that you want this weapon again, yeah, to have 2. So, in order to do that, before, you have to bonus roll then this. So basically every item. And then bonus roll can give you any of these items, which also not perfect, because you can bonus rolling and getting the same item over and over, because it's not the new list, yeah. But then they should make it like it's reset and it's the same story. So you bonus roll this and you can bonus roll any beside this. But what they don't now is that when I change, okay, there we were bonus rolling on Fury, okay. So we got every item and we need one more weapon now. Yeah, in order to do this, you have to change your loot spec for Fury, and then it's reset, and then again you bonus roll this, then the next you can bonus roll only these 4 items, yes, and eventually you get weapon. But you see, that is the thing. For example, Uatek, yeah, and go on that night. Look, so on that night, let's assume, okay, make it as a Frost that night, okay? So as a Frost that night, from this boss I need weapon, it's 1 item, neck, 2nd item, legs, 3rd item, and trinket. So basically from this boss I need everything beside this trinket, okay? So to avoid dropping this trinket, I could do this, which I will do in the previous season. I will do blood, and then I'm getting neck, legs, and trinket. Yeah, I just don't have here the sword. But you see, in previous season, if I'll do that, and I will change for Frost, then only these 2 items will be on the list. 1 hand, which I need, and trinket, the bad one, yeah? But the thing is that if I will do that in this season, it will reset. So when I'm changing from this, and I took already these 3 items, I'm changing to Frost, then it's reset. And I again can add like this trinket, legs, and neck I got already. You know what I mean? That's why it's fucked up, I think. Unholy also. You see, like, I mean, guys, if I will eventually, because I don't know what will be better. I mean, okay, I think as for right now, Frost have slight advantage. I mean, it's hard to say because it's still in work in progress what's going on. And also, I mean, I don't like looking only for the sims when you don't have like data from WoW logs from the 1% of players, because it's what I'm focusing on myself when I compare myself. And I don't have access for that because no one is raiding yet. Yeah, so starting from tomorrow, we'll start collecting data. Because sims, okay, they give you some rough idea. Yeah, like you know that, I know if your spec is on the bottom of the sims, of course you will not be first one. Yeah, of course. I mean, if you're like super duper player, like sometimes you see like the charts here when the average is like that, and the 1 point like is super on the right. It means like there's the 1 player or 2 players who like super duper, and they like not an average spec, like they playing not the like average player of the spec, but it's very rare scenarios, yeah. But overall, it gives you some rough idea, yeah. But you see the difference between Frost and Holy on Sims. I showed you this sheet yesterday, yeah, from Excel. Guys, it's like, it was in max, yeah, it's 5,000. When you're talking about like 150,000 DPS to 155,000 DPS, yeah. So guys, it's not that much. It's really not that much. And you have to remember it's a sim, so a lot of things. First of all, it's like the perfect scenario, which in game it will not be that perfect when you play, because not every boss is dummy that you can just make a full rotation and not worry about mechanics. But you see, then the advantage of Unholy has every time is that on Unholy is way easier to execute your rotation. What I mean by that, I don't mean that it's easier to play. I mean that is Unholy, you can do your rotation by moving away from the boss. Because if you before apply a Festering Strike on the boss and Soul Reaper, the rest skills are range. And most of the time you're just using these rest skills. Yeah, we're just using Festering Strike to apply stacks and Soul Reaper, yeah. But it's on the 30 when the boss is 35% or less, or when you use your Dark Transformation, yeah. Despite that you're spamming the ranged skills. So if you know that you have to go, or you got debuff, you don't have to go immediately. That depends on the fight, okay? But usually it's not like you have to go in this instance, yeah? You can stay a little bit longer on the boss and then go outside. So that you know that you have to go out, you're just getting more stacks, applying Soul Reaper if you can, and you're going out. But you're still DPSing at the same time, yeah? Because skills are rest. And if you say same thing about Frost, sorry, you cannot DPS anymore, right? Because like it's melee, it's the melee life. So, and also what is worse, because let's say you use your cooldowns, okay, and then you have to go out, then the DPS is fucked, okay. And on Unholy, when you use your cooldowns and you have to move, you are still fine, because you always use your cooldowns and you already have stacks on it. So you, for the next seconds, you're using only ranged skills. So even when you use a cooldown and you have to go out, you are totally fine. Yeah, so you're not losing DPS. So execution of the rotation on Unholy is way easier than on Frost. So that's the another thing. And in Sims, you know, the Sim assuming that it's perfect scenario for Unholy and Frost. Yeah, and Frost was, like I said, slightly winning 5,000, but as I've done some probably 1% or something like the error by simulation. So this, I would say, probably smaller gap. But also now when they buff Frost by 9% like flat damage, but they nerf the set. Well, we like apparently it's like 5% nerf to the Frost. So if it's 5%, then the safe assumption is to make that Frost to be equal to Unholy. But I'm talking still the perfect scenario word. But in real life, I really don't know what to expect. I mean, I still think the Frost will be better because I'm thinking that Blizzard will do everything to break like Unholy meta. Not Death Knight, but Unholy at least. So Frost will be still good. But you see, it's hard to say. Like I said, Unholy is way easier to execute. But the thing is, at least from my perspective, like I can just explain how it works, yeah? But you see, and then we'll have, let's say if I'm Unholy, yeah? Because as Frost, I need this weapon still, but when I'm in Holy, guys, I can just change to the blood, boom. And I have 3 bonus rolls and I have best items from the last boss, yeah? Also, what is annoying, because when you bonus roll on Heroic, you're getting mythic track items, but they are one out of 6, yeah? But the problem is that last 2 bosses, so when you bonus on mythic on the Heroic, you're getting this 1 of 6, yeah? When you're getting it on the Vault, and they are 6 of 6, I mean from mythic, from Heroic will be Heroic, no, the mythic, but 1 of 6. So the thing is that if it's okay, I mean, it's in crest, so use the crest, dump the crest. But last 2 bosses have higher item level. So you will not be able to get that from Heroic, from Mythic, from bonus roll, or from the Vault. These items, on this item level, you can get only from Mythic, yeah? At some point, if I even get like this from Heroic bonus roll or from the Vault, I will still need to kill the Mythic and get, yeah? So, but yeah, if I play Unholy, this will be like 3 bonus rolls here. Then from here I need 2 items, yeah. I mean, I don't know, I have to check exactly what is my like other items, especially catalyst items like tier pieces from where I need, because now stats don't change. So it's also another thing you have to remember. Like, I know for me, quite these changes are not very welcome. If I have to be very honest, I like prefer the old ways rather than this. So, yeah. But like I said, so I think gearing Unholy, not only because Unholy need only 1 weapon instead of 2, but gearing Unholy will be easier, like this fact, because I can go in the blood spec and still get
I must get closer. I do
No!
not have a target.
No! You see, that's what I say, just someone on 50 level there. Shh, fuck you. And do you know why I'm not there? So you can ask, why I'm not waiting on the top? It's a very simple reason, because when I'm waiting on the top, I'm not doing enough damage, so he will fly down, he will reset combat, like he will not be in combat anymore. Yeah, you fuckers. Alliance, of course. Yeah, it's not their fault, but you see, there's the thing, like, if I will be here only without them, and I will spam, you know, like Sunfire, whatever, the boss will not die, he will go down, he will reset, he will not be on combat anymore, and he will fly away. Well, I have to wait here now. But yeah. So yeah, like I'm not really welcome these new changes. Yeah. So I really am clueless. Yeah, I mean, wait, you know what? We can check basically. Wait, Demon Hunter, not Demon Hunter, Dead Knight. Dead Knight. Let's check on Holy first. Gear. Okay, so head is Twin Fangs. You know what? I'll just open like that, so I'll also know which boss is this in the order. Twin Fangs. Okay, this is also like the last boss. I mean, not last, but wait, head? I did. But head isn't dropping from the Twin Fangs. What the fuck? What is this? Wait the moment. Critical haste? Yeah, crit master. What the fuck? Wait, the loot is changed or? Okay, I will wait for the update this, but I want to update today. What the fuck? No, it's not existing basically. Catalyst from Murder Crow, okay. Catalyst from Coiled Altar. So yeah, so this haste mastery because of item level. And Tom, what the fuck is this? And Tomb and Sentinel is in the raid. Oh, it's the second boss. Okay, that's good. Okay, so this second boss, so that's very good. This is blacksmith thing. So I don't know. You see, because frankly speaking, I could already recraft my bracers. Because I'm not gonna craft the weapon. I don't like crafting weapon because I know that weapon is like the biggest thingy at the beginning of the season, but you can get it quite. I mean, I was always getting the weapon quite fast, but I know now you can like use bonus rolls on the mythic raid or in the heroic and use this crest. I mean, like use bonus roll on mythic, then save crest, and with this save crest, you can craft your mythic weapon, and it'll be like the huge boost of DPS. It's just so fucked up. I mean, like, it's like. Fuck you, Blizzard, seriously. My head just wanna explode when I think about it. Okay, so this is at least and what I could. Okay, so okay, I mean everything. I don't know about head because Crit Master head is not dropping from here. But okay, we need only shoulders from Murder Crows, so this is okay. That only one from Mythic. Yeah, so neck from raid, raid. Okay, so basically everything. Oh, voice current. Wait, so he is not. Okay, so the ring. So we have only 2 items from the. from the Mythic Plus. It's ring, and it's what I was saying. Oh my god. Ring and shoulders. Yeah. Let's check for frost. I think it'll be the same. Here. Yeah, I mean, no. Shoulders are changing. They are from Temple. So, okay, shoulders are changing, but they are also from Mythic Plus, not from the raid. And ring, yeah, so it's the same gear basically. Yeah, not really changed. I don't know, but like thinking, like even thinking about this bonus roll thing is so annoying. And I'm not surprised when I was talking to the leader yesterday, like he was talking like how annoying it is for him because he has to plan a lot of things, like the gear wise for people. It's just even more annoying than it used to be for them when you want to apply, like from the logistic point of view. One of these things could still be the best because it's already nerfed, but it's not that super nerfed. But I will agree with this. Okay. However, yes, I agree with this part. Let us upgrade possible, but I don't think the second part and signify the more efficient spend of our crest, because like when you're spending out crest, I will craft this on mythic because it's like long term. It will be my item. It will be till the end of the season. A weapon I will replace the moment the mythic crafted weapon, but it's 5 item level lower than mythic. Oh my god. But oh my god, but I will get, let's say one holy, yeah? But I will get this, but I will get it from heroic, so it would be not 344, but would be maximum of this, which would be, I don't know what will be maximum, but it will be lower than this anyway. But crafted weapon will be lower 5 items level from max of this. So heroic weapon from bonus roll, I mean like this one, upgraded, will be still higher item level than crafted weapon. You know what I'm going with that. So if I will bonus roll this one and I will get the weapon, and I will dump this crest to upgrade this weapon will have higher item level than crafted weapon from the profession. And this one I will replace only for the mythic version. And even and it's also like the best install because of the passive, yeah. But guys, even if I will get this one, yeah, but I will not bonus roll this with this boss. I will not bonus roll this bonus roll. I will not bonus roll this boss on heroic, but it's the second boss, so we will quite quickly killing on mythic. So if I will bonus roll this boss because. I think Lex are from bonus best install for me from this boss. I don't know if I waste I don't know what this bonus roll. But anyway, I can even this drop and I will roll and I can probably win this. So if I will win this weapon, which is not the best because it's crit master, I need crit mastery, but okay, it's still good, will be very good. So this weapon, when I will get it on mythic, doesn't matter because if it be from bonus roll, it will be already max upgraded, okay, on mythic. And Horik, I don't think I'll bonus roll. But anyway, so if I will bonus roll this boss on mythic to get just legs, let's say, but instead of legs, I will get weapon. This weapon will not cost me crest and be higher item level and crafted a weapon. I need crest, yeah. And this weapon, I will then, if I will get this weapon, I will replace this weapon only for this weapon. Oh, my head won't explode. Yeah, so basically, does it make sense for me to craft the weapon? That's why I don't agree with this statement, because you will still need like a lot of crest, and you can use crest for the items that will stay with you, not the items you'll replace. But if I go Frost, I already have one heroic weapon from the Delph this week, so I need another one hand. But to play Frost, first I need 2 sets to set for that night. I know, guys, it's so... Wait, where are the sets? Why I don't see? This is the Curio. But why I don't... but it's like that. Okay, I cannot see sets. Somebody was here, I mean... You cannot see anymore the sets, like the set bonuses. Shame. Head. I don't know, if I will not crest weapon, maybe this will not kill the boss, like first week or second week. I don't know, because it also depends how fast we'll be going. Also depends how boss are tuned. It will be like the DPS check, and this is so many things basically. Like and it's it's always like that in each season, but this one is even worse because of these bonus rolls. Oh my god. Amore mio. Okay, it should be like in 1-2 minutes now. Really dead, but well. I really don't know. I'm still thinking. I thought it spawned, but just some spawn. Someone spawn. Okay, now it's any moment. I'll just press the button. These are instant. Well, this guy has less health than the guy on 80 level, but for me it's like the unknown. He will die? Okay. Well, it will be a pickle. I mean, frankly speaking, I will not mind to not even getting the tier set in my vault, but it will be nice because the better gear I will have, the better I will do DPS, and I will secure my spot for the mythic at the beginning. Because people who get first, they hands on set, they will do better deeps, right? I mean, for me, it's even like, because you see, again, if we assume that Frost will do better, then for me getting set, it's even more important than, because let's say Frost is not doing better, then getting set on Unholy, of course it will upgrade my DPS, but there were some, like I remember Dragon Fights and situation that getting your set, like new set, but on the normal version instead of Heroic, for example, even if it was new set, you were doing less DPS than the previous one because it was weaker. Yeah, there were situations like that in certain seasons. Now it's not the case, so even if I get the set on Unholy, I will still do more DPS. But this will allow me to change to Frost, because to change to Frost you need to at least 2 sets and 2 weapons, yeah, which one I have 1 weapon, which is kind of juicy, I would say. I'll still replace it, yeah. But well, maybe if I'll be like super duper lucky, and then doing the Delve with the map, I'll get the second weapon for the set because it's also from the Delve. So that will be something, frankly speaking, that early. I think the bonus like it's very low, but it's still. something. Yeah, better than nothing. Yeah, I really don't know, guys. I wish someone could help me. Like, someone like fortune teller could tell me, oh, Bartek, you have to do this and this and this and this, and yeah, it'll work out like that. Well, it will never happen. So I have pickle now. Pickle, pickle, pickle. So I don't know. Or I know, like, gear something, like, just farm the coins but on the alt and get up the alt. But I don't know, like, rogue, I think, like, okay, when I started playing the rogue during the time of walking, yeah, for these few weeks, I was having fun. But then the higher item level I was getting, higher level I was getting, then I feel like maybe it's not a good idea because it was like very fast pacing and all of that. So I'll be very sweating playing the rogue. Enchantment means okay because I feel when you press ascendance, you just spam. You just spam like one button basically. Or I'm doing something wrong, but looks like not because DPS is just so crazy. So I really don't know. I mean, Mage is very easy to play. It would be nice to change Frank's being from Warlock, but yeah, and again, we're gonna go to the Warlock when I'm doing this Hall of Fame. I really don't know, guys. This is like one big mystery. I see why I cannot check anymore my sets, like the bonus, because you see, now they are like these, how to say, tokens. Tier tokens. I cannot click and see what is giving me set. I can not also, like before it was here where like see the tutorials. It was here, and you could see the all tiers sets. I really don't know. By the way, can we progress more journey? But it makes sense. What we'll get, we are here right now. But you could do maybe praise, but I don't like praise. I'm not a fan of praise. I mean, at the beginning when they were working, like you could still stack them very fast, like the bar to summon the boss, the prey hound. Yeah, by the end, it was good. But when they changed this zone and you have so many traps and all of that, this is not very nice. I mean, because praise were very annoying for the beginning, like kill something for me now, and you fucking flying somewhere far away. It's when you just land down and find something to kill, you're dead. Amazing. But at least you could finish that very quickly. Like I said, there's a lot of traps. Guys, 3 minutes we were done, but now it's not the case anymore, so yeah. At least I'm happy I don't have to anymore hunt of them, because this achievement, same with Dells, is not changing from season to season. So when you kill all praise the first season, you don't have to do this anymore, and with the Dells too, when you do all scenarios, you don't have to do them anymore. Even though the scenario changes. Now they different. Look how many gold in it's 10,000 gold, guys. 10,000 gold doing on 10 charts is 100 gold per week. So doing this on alts every week on 10 alts, it's more than the WoW token, yeah. So instead of like wondering what I should do, maybe I should do just world quest for the gold and get some juicy gold, because it's like 10,000. And for example, these quests are very close. 3, 4, okay, 5. Why not shorting? 1. Maybe because I'm in combat. I wanna bounce. Okay, so the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, yeah. So these are quite close to each other. But nah, it's like nah. I swear, like you know, my brain is like cooked, maybe too much. I mean, it's kind of intensive these days of like farming so many things. I'm doing these delves, so delve balls on alts and all of that to unlock powers. Hmm. Hmm. I swear, I don't know. I have no clue. I have no clue. No, what would presume us? It makes any sense for me to upgrade this in a single target? Yeah, okay. Just do something useful at least. This is set, so no. Cloak. Let's try, maybe. Trinket, I guess not. No. Boots, nope. And I have weapons. But also dumping it on the weapon, and I will very probably change the. I mean, I don't know if I'll change the frost. You see, like it's so many ifs here. There's so many scenarios. I feel like the Doctor Strange, you know, analyzing 1 million scenarios that can happen right now. Seeing myself as a Corrosive dual wield doesn't make sense because I know the sim will be very bad. Because for now, dual wield is still not bad without set. Well, but we can check anyway, right? See, like, okay. So weapon is 2200. And boots are 200. So boots is not worth it because for boots I will also craft at some point. But this weapon is giving 2200, yeah. Raid, but it's wrong. I mean, wrong. Old talents. Okay, let's check the Frost. Because you have different talents with the new set. Which, guys, by the way, if you are at this moment, yeah, when you are copy the talents and you wanna play with them, fuck, but where you can get the old talents then? Because all the new talents or websites are for season 2. So you see, like My were also right, but this is also right. You see, it's a changing here. So this is just changing here. So yeah, just keep it in mind, guys. Have it in mind. Okay, and then put this and this, but reverse. Then scene craft. And now I'm just doing that. Even let's see, look. With these talents for Ride Season 2, comparing to this, if you see they are different here, and it's also a rider. I will do less damage right now, yeah, with these talents. But I will play with these talents in next season, and I'm just doing that for heck of checking a weapon. How big it is, if it's good, it's not good. It should be good. Okay, so here. So I can check if, for example, cloak could be upgraded, but I don't think so. Shoes probably also like 200 or something. Trinket probably shitty, of course, but what we are interested in is a weapon. Weapon. And boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. I know I have too much combination. Wait, what? Why I have too much combination? Okay, I'll just leave it like that. So this, then this, and let's see. So see, as Unholy, I'm doing 133, which is odd because when I was fast seeing myself, recently was 150. But like I said, I'm not trusting simulation like blindly. I thought like my stats are too close. They are not too close because when I'm using the flask, then mastery is number 1. So I don't understand how the simulation works. It shouldn't showing this warning here at the first place. It's more details there, but fuck it. Okay, see, I'm losing 11,000. Oh, it's exactly 133. Looks like something under there. Okay, anyway. So, whoa! The weapon is giving 6. Wow, mama. Ooh. These boots are not that bad because they're giving like 500 boots by itself. Also, for bigger, they have crit. Oh, my boots have. Also crit atmosphere. Okay, wait a moment. I want to see this one more time, but without boots. Where are the boots? I want to just compare the weapon then. Wow. But see, it's showing the true radar phase is not the best, but then, guys, come here. Because you see, I was thinking that this route doesn't make sense, razor phase, because you see, when you're playing Mythic Plus, it makes sense because you're going Frostbane, and Frostbane is this one is consuming Shrink Blade. No, wait. What is this sound that's consuming? Oh yeah, when Frostbite damages an enemy with 5 stack of Razor, you consume them and do the additional damage. So then you need Razor Fires because you need to apply it as fast as possible on the target, yeah? So Frostbane, but apparently Frostbane is nerfed, so it will not be good anymore. So even when you play Mythic Plus, you will play without Frostbane, you will play in Breath build. So I think Razor Fires will be not the choice. Yeah. And look here, when you go to the guide, or maybe he changed it. But it was always Razor Fires here. You see? Look. What is the difference, guys? Wait, what? Now 3? What? Okay, so what trinket is 2000? No, it's a trinket. It's something gargoyle. Wait, but what? Wait, we have to do 2 sims. One sim will be without trinket, just the weapon, but other thing and this. Okay. And second one, just remove this. Remove weapon and give a trinket. The trinket will be good. What the heck? This is weapons, right? Yeah, this is trinket. No. No, see, now it's showing that trinket is lowest. Aha, because I'm changing weapon, and maybe that's why it's showing the trinket will be... I didn't know, I really don't know. Also, I don't know if the trinket from... No, it's one thing I could do. I could do Void Storm and I could do this to get the trinket because and sim this trinket because it just got nerfed, but apparently it's not that bad. So you see, without weapon, it's showing that it's worse because before it was showing 2000, yeah. And here, wait, what? Ah, because it's unholy. Okay, so unholy is. It's also showing the trinket with the option as an option here. I know, just weapon and wait, so I can sell this weapon already. This one is okay. So this is okay. That's not really, but I will keep it. This maybe. It's kind of weird. They have to train. Wolf will be well shall. How to train it? Six days. I should start earlier. So I guess. Okay, this is minus 66, but I wonder in what situation is he training him? Like in the. Okay, so look. Even when I would just change the rune for the stone gargoyle from the Razor Fights, guys, it's 4,500, yeah? And here. I don't. Oh, see, here is. No, sorry, my bad. He's not. He's putting that here for dual wield breath and ghost build. Okay, sorry. Nah, this is my guy. That's why I love him. Now go on the here because he's some fucking nonsense about like even weapons, guys. Yeah, they want you to use maybe the no still from Ulatek. So not the from the set one. Show me. Where is the Robin stats mentions? No. Consultables? Yeah. Weapons. Okay, this can also change it, like all the builds. Yeah. But okay, before it wasn't like that. Before an checking guide for the previous season. But you see, changing the only the stupid rune is giving you already 4,500. But the higher you have your weapon, so weapon is giving 2,000. Yeah. Weapon is giving 2,000. So weapon, if this is giving, yeah. So I'm doing, I'm behind that night. I mean, unholy, yeah, quite. Okay, but then go one more step further. Okay, so everything is like it was. Okay, we are now changing this, but how I cannot change that, like the crit on something, and this with this one I can leave. Okay, and now what I want to also check: WoW, Ruby, Whelpshire, for Frost, that night, which buff? Yeah, let's see a few things. Crit, haste, mastery, gear. Yeah, but mm, yeah, DPS is so bad without it. Oh my god. Yeah, there was a lot of simming in Thursday, during or after the raid. Oh, event will be summer. Wait, don't where? Did I kill her today? Hmm. Ah, it's not the good. Okay, I'm not even trying this. I know I was trying before something else. But I wanna check something else. But if it's even possible. Ah, yeah, it is. But I have to do this here, I think, or not. I think it's random. Oh yeah, gear. Mm. Yeah, instead of gas. Because I think it would be 308. Well, this gear from normal on the last two bosses is not even upgraded to the max, lol. Or heroic 2. So it's just crazy on mythic that on mythic is max. It is better. So let's get it, guys. It's bugged or what? Because I didn't see the progress. Oh, okay. This is better. It should be in 10 minutes, right? Because every half hour. I hope someone will do that. But I wonder if if the gaze nerve and this nerve of this trinket is in sim already.
We embrace a new future. My fate is my own.
Because the problem here would be that Messera is dead, so and this is not the event I can solo. I'm still killing RRs here. Rawr. Be nice if the mount will drop. Country road. Wow, it's also working here in the all zones. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised, but country road, taking heart. West Virginia, country mama. Country road, take me home to the place I belong. West Virginia, country mama. That's not a lot of people. Um, Oh my god. This is less people than... Fuck. Start group. Damn, so few people.
Many deals for a friend of the Grumbles. Like you. Many farewells. I have many lucky do's. You like? Farewell, friend of the Grumbles. Adventure and champion. It should be like not versatility but other stats, and I should upgrade this weapon. I mean, it's already upgraded, but yeah. I think I can sell it. I have many wares.
I'm not gonna use it anymore.
Many farewells. Why is this not starting? Okay, 30 seconds.
This singularity anchor should be able to temporarily seal the void anomalies. We must...
On Warlock I will not bother to do it, I already done it on Rogue. But on Warlock no. So I'm not know if it'll be real. I mean I have to test on the dummy like, but it's a difference of 500 PS, so testing that by myself on the dummy is really pointless because it's also like RNG. I have to do like, let's say 10 runs with trinket and 10 runs with another trinket, and then make average. You know, this is like... So I'm not sure about Sims because... See, wait, maybe it's information here. On the top it should be. Because I wonder if I do this August 14. I think they nerfed trinkets before. Wait, Wolf Gaze nerf. Now live. Okay, but you just watched that 3 days ago. 13. So this Friday. Yeah, so it should be there. It should be because this the one day after. So hotfixes before. Okay. So it should be here. So this means it's better. But I don't know if it's champion or if it's veteran. Because it's veteran, then I'm not so sure it will be better. Okay, guys, one moment, we're back. Okay, I'm back. But wait, I have to drink also. Yeah, I think it'll be veteran. Country road, take me home. I'm really not sure.
Additional defenses are available. Activate them. The Shadow God are upon us. The enemy is threatening to overwhelm our western defenses.
Oh, I need to do this only on one wave. Wait, no.
The enemy is gathering to the east. Shore up our defenses there.
Maybe you'll get egg.
It's too far away.
Okay. So you have like 3 fishes here. If not 2.
Many deals for a friend of a grumpy skin like you. May your feet find good trails.
Additional defenses are available. Activate them. The might of the devouring host is arrayed against us. The enemy is gathering to the east. Shore up our defenses there.
I wonder if it's in bonus roll, because it's like the same thing like from Mythic, so I mean... let's see if it in champion is even an upgrade. Let's do hero. And let's do Mythic.
The enemy is threatening to overwhelm our western defenses. We need help there.
Shit, I don't know if I Mark checked the box with the max upgrade. We'll see. Well, I think I can upgrade this weapon. Because it's upgrade for sure, yeah, but also because if I will get the Islamic Galaxy, I will still have the crest discount, so I think I can. Okay, now in the moment of truth, if I click the fucking box, the max upgraded thing. I mean, it should be by automatic, it should remember, because what's remember, right? What's remember what you were simming. And I always sim with the max upgraded. No, it's not max upgraded.
We held them back. The singularity anchor has activated. We held them back. The singularity anchor has activated.
It didn't spawn, but what is weird, we don't have crystals to summon another guy there. It's the first time I didn't see these crystals. Oh well. Let's do this quest. Return disk. Craft. I mean, simcraft again. Did you see that? I was trying to get out of the window. What the heck? Wait, I have to sim again.
I hunger for the opportunity.
Well, let's look like this. Okay, so the trinket is 3000. Weapon 2. Oh, the trinket is huge, even from normal. Neck. Yeah, like latex. Jesus Christ. Finger. Trinket. I think it's not that big. Oh, yeah, heroic weapon is big. Yeah, this weapon is so big. Jesus Christ. 20,000 mythic. What the fuck? 20,000 mythic weapon. Almost 10,000 trinket. Yeah, this weapon is like huge. Like this weapon is huge. Relax. Jesus. Okay, we have to sim again, guys. So rememory normal. No, that's what happened. I didn't remember. Doesn't make sense. Okay.
If it isn't my favorite.
And this riddle is way easier than the cooking one. Because he's using the name of the item in his sentences, yeah?
Filigree was an excellent touch.
Walk your own path.
Ah, it's veteran. Okay, so Because if he'll be champion, it will be better for sure. Like we seen, but I thought it would be the veteran. Wait, let's upgrade this. And then I don't think it will be upgraded. It will be better. It will be like 200, 100. This is like be irrelevant, really. Okay, so wait a moment. I'm thinking what I want to do. Okay.
Anaria Shola.
Okay, everything goes so long.
Return when you need more.
I have many lucky doos. You like? Many deals for a friend of the Grummles. Like you.
Yeah, sound better.
Good fortune.
Okay, so now champion. Okay, so weapon from Ulatek. No, it's called Altar, sorry. It's a rare weapon. Trinket. You know what? To do one more thing. Yeah, the difference between weapons is way lower. Because of item level, okay.
This world is vast and wondrous. May you find what you seek.
My goods are one of a kind.
Oh, but the weapon is spark the tides. I wonder what item it will be. But wait a moment. Okay, weapon. Wrist. Oh, so it's only hero and mid. That's right, it's not champion.
Let my wares
Oh. Okay, so this weapon is okay. Better stats. This is like, oh, let's see. What's the difference? Okay. Okay, season normal. Boom, boom, boom. Champion. Okay. Um.
I have many, many wares.
I know it would be faster for me to fly there normally, but
I'll be able.
Mhm. Oh, it's already on. It will be too late. It's okay. Oh, from trash. Shelters and trash are the best. What the heck? Why they change it? Look, 9540, 9045. Lol. Okay, so now the weapon from the last boss, I mean to the altar, is 2 and the 5. Here was 4,700, so it's already less. And the second weapon, oh, this one is in 1,000. It's 3,000. Essential, okay. Okay. So normal, not that so much upgrades, frankly speaking. The biggest will be the trinket from the last boss and the weapon from the previous last boss, and also neck from the last boss. Oh, that guillotine. Okay. If this weapon will have like crits instead of versatility, and these shoes have mastery because of instead of versatility, like everyone they put the fucking versatility. Like it's not many classes that they want versatility. Mostly it's for the tanks, I think. But some DPS I think also benefit from it, but it's like like few. Well, almost fourth then fifth. That's good. I forgot to overload. We have one more charge now. Oh, 15. Okay, 0 to 2. Okay, 0 to 2, it's unholy Sanolin. Okay, getting the most. It's like, it's still only 3,000. Whoa, for Rogue it's like almost 9,000. What the fuck? For the Sunlin it's like 3.5. But on the Rider, that one I will play right now, it's 3,000. For Frost, oh my god, that's so bad. There's that Bringer. Oh, that is there was the Frost Rider. I'm blind. Okay, this is for set. So Frost. But why is no Rider here? Frost that Night Rider. Okay, but you see, like, so I didn't even know where is here the Frost. But okay, first the Rider, it's 8,000. First Academy 7. So Rogue is like huge. Frost Unholy Rider is 6 and so on. Okay, so 3,000, 2,000 differences. From 2 to 4. Okay, for Frost that is the most. Yeah, for Unholy not so much. Oh, this is Rider. You see, so 2 set for Frost Deca Rider is... yeah. Okay, but you see here at least Rider is doing... Deadbringer, I think that will be worse. Wait a moment. Don't tell me they're using the wrong talents. Yeah, of course. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the fuck? Uh... Okay, guys. So we have a issue here because they're using the wrong talents here. Yep, they don't utilize this talents tree. They don't utilize the new. Oh, shit. They don't utilize the set. So Frost should do better than this. What we see here. I don't know how much, because you see right now using the wrong talents, and the Frost is doing 6,000 more. So with new talents, shit, hard to say, but yeah, I mean, I'm a little bit disappointed with this, to be honest, because you know what? I mean, for Unholy, that didn't change anything, so I can check, but it's well, maybe they also use some, I know, some weird shit, but taking it from Wowhead. What the fuck is? Guys, can you see? Guys, can you see this? They see me down. What? Wait, what? Guys, I'm shocked. This I'm don't know what to say. What the fuck? Guys, this sim, it's worthless. This is worthless. They totally use the fucking wrong talents. I mean, like, what the happened here? What? How I can see myself like in the future? I mean, okay, this is just bad. Because for Unholy, it looks like the talents are totally like a break. And for the Frost, they use the wrong talents.
British accents are so hot. I honestly think I'd do anything a British person would tell me.
Nice mod, mate. Why don't you dig down, see if you can find your balls, and if you find them, man up and turn your silly mod off, you gutless noob. Everyone sees you, mate, for the gutless noob you are, and they're laughing at you. Grow a pair.
British accents are so hot. I honestly think I'd do anything a British person would tell me.
Nice mod, mate. Why don't you dig down, see...
Okay. Wait. Wait a moment. WoW Simcraft for season 2. Give me mount. You don't listen, don't you? Oh, it has up. Nice. Oh. Not good guide. My guide was better. Anyway, maybe I can sim myself. I mean, not myself, like myself, but sim. Maybe I should learn how to do this because I wanna sim. Because what they done there in this sheet I just show you, they used totally wrong. Okay, for Unholy, I don't know what was that. Maybe it was just the back and the talents were off because it looks like it didn't look like the even this. So and I know why, because when they import the old talents, like it's the same in the game. Because of this talent was changed, that points was like wasn't put, it reset basically, like some rows they were reset, and it was looking like that there. But it could be just back there, so maybe Sim was correct. But for Frost, it's wrong for sure because they use old talents. I mean, by old talents, I mean talents for season 1 with the old tier set. With the new tier set, you will use totally different, not all of them, but some talents will totally be different, yes? Because it's about a remoteless winter. So, wait, let's see if we can... Because I think if I see myself here, right, with the top gear, if you show me my upgrades, but will not... You know what, wait, just try something, because I'm curious. Because I just think, but I can be wrong, where... No, I don't want top gear on the optimizer. And then I go here, and I do this, and I do the mythic, and I will sim. And if I will do this, but for Frost, and I will see it will show me the upgrades, but I think I just wonder if you see, like season 1, I can already explain this. This is we need this, yeah, because of the tier set, new tier set. But what I wonder if it's I do this, and then I compare, it will just show me the upgrades. But I really wonder if what it will assume, if it will show me the maximum damage with tier set or without tiers, because tier set is very, very, very super duper important here. So maybe what I should have to do is go here, but it will take, oh my god, doing this by hand, it will take a moment. That's why I was hoping I can copy the sheet, but it's just showing that I cannot anymore. Okay. This is the old one. Oh yeah, exactly. Oh, they exactly, and this is what they didn't do. Okay, let's try this. I wonder if the is this so smart that will really help me. Okay, let's finish this. Or not. Okay, it's getting more complicated now. Well, it's not, I mean, I want to really work like that, but let's try. Mm, just try to remove this shoulder. I'm just removing the tier set. Oh shit, I had the wrong weapon here. Aye. Mm.
I don't have that ability yet.
Shit, what am I doing here, guys? Guys, it's working? No. Can I do this like that, or... No. Shit, I had the wrong weapon. So where is the notification? Check the scene notification. Where is the scene notification? I mean, here, but it's not. I mean, I would like to take this from the sheet that he sent me yesterday, but just change the talents here. Oh, this one is good. Yeah, this one is good. Can gain 7% and here is... What the fuck is this? I have to multiply it now? And it will be 4%? I think so, yeah. So Unholy is getting more than Frost now. Okay, but it make more sense. So Unholy is number one, guys. At least according to the perfect scenario. And I'm telling you, it will be easier. I mean, you'll never get to this because it's simulated. But it will be easier to get around this number as Unholy, which is showing here, than getting this number as Frost. Not because Frost rotation is harder. It depends on the fight. It will be like the fight with a lot of moving and the things you have to run away from the boss because of something, then you will not be able to keep up the image like that. As Unholy, you will, because like I explained before, it's way easier to run around and steal DPS. Wait, what is this? Aha, this is tanks, okay. Oh my god, so blood was from the first to the last. Yeah, the nerve was hit hard. Okay. Some Prot Warrior is hitting hard. And that bringer is Unholy Rider. So this heroic weapon I got here. Looks like it's not the thing. Okay, but let's try when I was wait. Uh, Maybe you have to do this like that. What should I make? Or maybe you can just do this normally without. Let's see. Yeah, maybe try just normally with the space. Ah, like that. Okay. Okay. Okay, I wonder what error will pop right now. It's not good did correctly. I already saw that, but I want him to fix it. Okay. It will not work. It will. He's overdoing it right now. What? This is taking way longer than I thought. Come on, give me some herb. Come on. Oh, answer. Perfect. Why he's putting item level? Okay, I will just copy it and I will just laugh in his face. This is such a nonsense what he's putting, like, what the heck? Wait, let's see if he'll do that better. Okay, this one looks more no, this one is working, guys. First time. That's not working, but this one's already seeming. Let's see if it works. Ah, now we have fucking queue. But why they cannot make it simpler? Like, because when I copy it, yeah, and when I copy myself and run Droptimizer, it was just showing me how much DPS I will gain, but from single items, and I want to see overall item, like, because this sim, you see what is like difference between the sheet and the sim. Okay, so ChatGPT is not that better than, but he as this is doing. Why this is working that, like, not writing the whole thing, just sending me what I have to replace. This is just annoying. Like, that's why I prefer how works the Gemini overall, GPT. But let's see if they can handle it better. I would also like to use this Chinese one, but the Chinese one is very, very slow. And I didn't put one on my PC yet. But I guess it'll be the best shot. Shit, it's getting more and more people. Yeah. Well, but I don't have to right now. I already saw that the fit and looks like Unholy will do better with no further adjustment. Ooh, demo lock, very, very, very low. Yeah, overall demo is, I mean, Mage Assault Arcane is, what the heck is going on here? So Old Lavrock is high, but the soup is higher. The Valor is again super high. Havoc is lower. This is not like, this is a single target, I think, right? I mean, I wonder how accurate it is. Well, at least they use correct talents, so... will not work, guys. It will not fucking work. It will not, I'm telling you. Okay, this one at least is working now. Cool. Please work, please work. This is just so bad. Like ChatGPT is like losing, like Gemini is way better on this. So on whole is getting the most of this here. So it's giving the 26. Rider is getting 18 and this 15. So Rider is getting like the most. 26, yes. Other class is getting okay. 29 Survey, 33 and yeah, you know what? I mean, not work. Oh my god, this is just so stupid. Um, let's go on rogue. I'll check something. Somebody's doing crazy here. Wait, in the thematic idea? So what is idea? Excuse me, I mean, I'm confused. This is totally passive. Because last when I was checking this guide, they were saying that Fate Bound is easier to play, like it's more forgiving your rotation. This is wrong. Oh, there is 7. Let's see what he will say, because I really don't feel the difference here. I don't know why, but oh my god, again, class tunic. Okay, so they nerf. Okay, Vlad is going nerf. What is going on here? Wait, it's 4. Jesus Christ. What the? Wait, but this old one. I know about Blood because I don't follow, but Frost. This is an old one. What the fuck? I hate this. I hate this news here because it's like additional. What is that additional? It was already here. What the fuck are you saying, dude? Why is I'm confused. Yeah, it was 3 days ago. I thought it sent like new. Oh my god. Wait, okay, let's see what he said. Okay. Okay, I just have to test it because I know if I'm so slow, I'm getting called that I didn't see that. What the heck is this nonsense? I know what he means right now. So the basically this but it will act as it had consumed 5 additional combo points. So if I have even like 7 combo points and it will hit, it will still work as this is just retarded options. Where it was? I was playing with it with the Dead Knight. Oh, maybe it was here. Okay. I really don't feel a difference. I'm retarded. Like okay, so this is flawless mode, but I didn't feel the difference, guys. Not at all. I don't know what's going on about like here. Okay, one buff. Two. Okay, now. Which would be this Relatus blade? Yeah, but it's not big deal. What the fuck? They try to make people retarded more than they are. What's going on here? Like, this is okay. So, okay, I was expecting something like weird shit here that you have to track something, and when it happens, you have to do. It's basically about it that you know, like, wait, let me just apply voice. Oh my god. I mean, I know it can be like a little bit too much in the fight, but still, it's like. Because basically, then you have extra Pokemon points you don't see, yeah? Pity that it's not showing here as a blue one, but anyway. So you see them, and then it's reset your cooldown faster, yeah? So of course, to like maximize the DPS will be harder, but not that harder. Like, I would say overall Rogue is hard in the sense like you have to press buttons very fast. But if it's difficulty, it's about only that. Then difference between Trickster and Favorite, it's not there. If you already decide to play Rogue, this is not adding too much difficulty. I was expecting like it's something like ooh. But you have to be fast here with the Rogue. That's why I don't know if I want to play it, because you have to be just fast with the like tracking things here. So like progressing it or doing like high mythics, it's well harder than other classes, yeah. Especially like, when I compare to Death Knight, when I can neglect a lot of things, don't care, and just still do very good DPS. I'll just quick see. Okay, so Mr. Solve. I mean, as I was asking him over and over because I basically couldn't believe that they just make a big deal about this few extra points. Okay, I'm getting calls for this shit. Keep your back, guys. Wait, I should do 90. What? Let me try again. These are all buffs, yeah. But let's try again. Lol. Only half of it. How can it really doing first damage there? What the heck? I don't know. Could be fun, but now I also think about like only on the term of the time, okay? Then I will like first 2 weeks I will raid Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So only Monday, Tuesday have 4 keys on 2 characters. And then I will have to drop lock. And then yeah, the first 2 weeks will be like that. And then I'll raid I have Wednesday free and then Monday, Tuesday. I really don't know if it's a good idea, to be honest. I mean, I don't know. Like, it sounds a lot, basically. And I have to oversleep this and then decide.
Great outfit. Good luck out there.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to add myself so much new things, frankly speaking. Because, you know, then from having fun, I will... It's not even about chore, but I will be overwhelmed, basically. So I don't know if it's smart for me to do stuff like that. I mean, I really don't know. Wait, let's see, because he sent me a lot of links. This is from yesterday. Okay, it's starting from here. This was the... This is the guide. Should I do? This is just for Ulatek? Oh my god. Like, okay, wait a moment. So here's... I don't like when they put guides like that. I mean, don't get me wrong. Okay, you see, like here, it's a guide. Say guide. And here's like, okay, tier list. Like, I like when it's like, that's how I have to remember in my movie when I, like, for example, like the 1-8. Yeah, like the first boss of 8 or something that you know, you just, yeah, I don't have to read like whole, like example, and bone and bomb and dumb sentinels. I didn't know if it's a boss, and now I know. But you know, because if you don't know the names of the bosses, then it's like nothing for you. My god. No, I will just skip this one.
Hey everyone, Martial Consequence here. We are going
I
to
just want to see what he's putting there.
potentially,
Wait, what? Oh, okay, warriors. It's their dinars. Okay, this is. I mean, like I said, it's very hard to say which one will be good or not. Yeah, wait, I have to do one thing.
Hey everyone, Tactics here, and with a new season coming up, that means it's time to go through the new raid and talk bosses. So in this video, I'll be diving into the Venomous Abyss and discussing the first 7 bosses on both normal and heroic difficulty, so that you can be prepared when the raid launches on August 18th. I'll be focusing on the general raid strategy and mechanics in this video. I'm going to be avoiding things related to tanks specifically, but don't worry if you are a tank player, as I'm going to be posting a tank specific video with tips, things like when to taunt swap, how boss positioning should work, that kind of thing. That should be coming in a few days, so make sure you are on the lookout for that. A couple things to note about the footage in this video real quick before getting into it. First, obviously this is based on PTR footage before the raid comes out. A big thing this PTR cycle we saw is very significant changes from the heroic testing to the mythic testing, and so most of my footage here is not going to be heroic footage because those are just different bosses or extremely buggy when we tested them, so beware of that. It's unfortunate. I would ideally be showing heroic footage, but it kind of is what it is with this kind of PTR testing cycle. I will try and point out mythic mechanics if they appear and are obvious, just to say, hey, don't worry about those. Second, not discussing Ulatek in this video at all. It was not tested on the PTR. Instead, I'll be posting a full standalone guide to that boss encompassing everything you would need to know about it next week when my guild is able to take it down on heroic difficulty, so make sure you do subscribe to the channel for that. Otherwise, let's get into boss number 1 here in Nexali the Soul Coiler, which is a 2-phase encounter. First phase is from 100 to 50, second phase from 50 to 0, and it's separated by a single intermission. So right off the bat here, big AoE damage channeling into the center well. That's going to happen throughout these boss phases. On heroic, you get this stacking damage
Straight for you tomorrow. I mean, tomorrow
so
they will probably post at the evening the guides for I mean USA.
To trigger is from the various ads. Second phase, Ollie the Soul.
So on, guys, and let's see what's going on here. Okay, let's go.
Spoiler, which is a 2-phase encounter. First phase is from 100 to 50, second phase from 50 to...
I also have to check one thing, because for my brain it's important to see the boss in the order. Yeah, okay.
0, and it's separated by a single intermission. So right off the bat here, big AoE damage channeling into the center well. That's going to happen throughout these boss phases. On heroic, you get this stacking damage amp as well as the stacking dot, so you need to beware, because the other way for this to trigger is from the various ads walking into the center of the arena, which you need to avoid. Basically, you need to kill them before that happens. The ads are going to spawn here, you can see, in 30 seconds. Before then, we have a couple other abilities to talk about. Essence Rend. This is going to be a magic debuff that goes out on a few players here. It's going to be a circle around them in a second. It's going to go out, boom. You're going to see some players get debuffed. There they are, with these arrows above their head.
Did we already have something on our AF? Just clear it, no one explain anything, so you can just think what they are doing. Like imagine rather. You can
Basically
skip.
to kill them before that happened.
$23 guide, like I hate things like that. I really miss this 1 minute guides. I mean, now it's because with the air one, but like still. Oh, method is at least good. 5 minutes. And it's a respect for them for that. Because if you understand fight well, and you are good in explaining things, you don't need ramping 20 minutes about boss. Even if it's a lot of mechanics there, you really don't have to do that. It's the same with the teacher in the school. If you have a good teacher, yeah, they can explain it very well. But you see, there's the difference between good teacher in school. It's like you have teachers who, doing the job because of the passion, and another one who it feels like they're there because of the like punishment.
Mind that this is PTR footage, so things may look, sound, or feel different once the patch hits live servers. Nexali.
You know what? I just watch methods. But this guy.
It is a magic dispel, so you can dispel this, and when it's dispelled, it'll drop a circle on the ground. So you want to try, ideally, to get these players towards the edge of the room, because these circles, not only are they area denial, but they're rotating around the room, as you see. So the general plan, get these to the edge if you're able to, and healers try not to dispel it too quickly. It's also a healing absorb, I believe, so technically you can heal it off too quickly. So just be careful of that, and if you get targeted with that arrow, try and make your way to the edge as quickly as possible. Tank mechanic here in Possession Barrage, it is important to note because it is a frontal projectile. So you can see here we have the entire raid basically behind the boss. The active tank moves away, and all of these projectiles shoot out. This is a paladin cheese here, was bugged, so it shoots 5 projectiles normally. So beware of those. Those are things that if people step in early, it explodes as a bunch of raid damage.
By the way, just add like disclaimer for myself. Like, I way much prefer progress mythic rather than heroic, because like progress, I'm heroic usually clear very fast. But you see, my point is that on heroic you have so much, like you have to learn all tactics for each boss before the raid night. And on Mythic, it's 1 or 2 boss in advance, yeah, and then you reaching the point that you progressing 1 boss on the night, or maybe 2, but still you don't have to. I mean, it's more tactic, of course, but you don't have to learn like all the raid before 1 night.
Which is why the raid is concentrated away from the tanks. Here are the Restless Amani ads I was talking about earlier. You're going to light up sarcophagi around the room, these glowing ones now. That's where they're spawning. That is the indicator. And so we can drag the boss towards the closest group of them and cleave them down. A few things to note about these ads. They do have a shield for the start of their health. This only is eaten by magic damage, and while it holds, they are fixated on the well in the center of the room. Again, if they reach it, AoE damage, something you want to avoid. And so you want to destroy that shield if possible, or CC them. These guys are fully CCable, death grips, slows, all that good stuff. You can use that to control them. And then once the shield is actually broken, they will just have a normal threat table and they will not be chasing anyone. On heroic, when these guys die, their bodies stay on the ground and they get resurrected in the intermission. So keep that in mind. But on normal, just kind of kill them wherever. On heroic, it's better if they're grouped up if possible. But, some being away is not the end of the world. And so this phase is just going to repeat as is. There's the Possession Barrage.
No, this one, no. I wanted to open another one.
Running away. The boss is going to go to the middle and channel. And your goal is, again, to go from 100 to 50 before the boss hits 50 energy. So fast forwarding here just to the intermission at 50% health. Here it is, Ritual of Awakening. What's going to happen here is 2 mini bosses can spawn in this intermission, one on either side of the room here. Get a little bit of a burn here, and then here's the mini bosses. Basically, one of these is going to spawn at a time, and you're going to kill them one at a time. When you've killed the second one, that's when you go back into the second phase. So there it is. There's the Echo. He's doing this giant frontal ability. It doesn't go off until the end of this cast, so you can just kind of hit him. And this is fairly straightforward. Basically, Amanis are going to continue to spawn in this phase, so you still got to cleave the ads down. There's this fire soak on the tanks in this phase. This is split damage between everyone inside of it. Everyone not inside of it gets a dot. On heroic, this is what you're using to kill all of the bodies, the corpses you saw, to prevent them from resurrecting. You stand right on top of them. Boom, they're gone. Everyone not in it on heroic gets another little circle around them, which can be used again to clear additional corpses. These are not soaks, though. These are not split damage. So these players who weren't in that soak just need to spread away. So the soak itself is not super big. Like, you can put like half your rate in it if you want. Just keep in mind everyone else is going to get this dot and damage as well. So you're killing 2 of these echoes. They don't do anything else, by the way. So we're just moving around again, killing Amani, preventing them from getting to the middle of the room. That's this whole phase. Kill the second echo. And then once you've killed the second echo, the boss comes back down. The boss gains 2 abilities. One is passive damage. 2 is this invoke, which not only does the AoE damage from the center from phase 1, but it also, watch these circles, it causes them to repossess.
I know why it happens.
Position. When invoke casts, you're going to start seeing right behind us. There's one that's going to dash through us here. You can see the arrow. Boom. And so you just need to be aware now, because these circles are going to start moving based on the boss's cast. Otherwise, you can see very hectic last phase. I would recommend bloodlusting this phase on this boss and just burning the boss before you get overwhelmed. Honestly, quite a bit going on this first boss. This is like a much more complicated first boss than we're kind of used to. I expect it to be just like a little bit undertuned in most of those regards to make it, on par with the first boss, but who actually knows? Moving on, we have the second boss, Entombed Sentinels. This is going to be probably familiar boss from a lot of like previous raids. The Crucible of Carnage, Amalgamation Chamber from previous raids. 2 bosses, but you have to separate them by 40 yards, otherwise they get a big DR. So split your raid in half evenly with tanks, healers, DPS on each side. So we got the Blood guy here. Let's talk about his abilities first. On Heroic specifically, he basically puts out a bunch of dots throughout all his mechanics, right? On Heroic, when those dots expire, they leave a puddle on the ground where the size of the puddle is based on how big the dot was. So like there's a tank dot that stacks up. This is like the biggest one. It's a really, really heavy dot. At the end, you drop a really big puddle. There's little random target magic dots that go out. These can be dispelled. And if you dispel them, they don't drop a puddle. If you don't dispel them, they'll drop a small puddle. And then there's also going to be a little group soak here as well. And that's going to drop kind of size puddle. So the puddle sizes differ. And this is what is the area denial that forces you to rotate around the room. On Heroic, on normal, you can just go back and forth to the same spot always. So there's no area denial in that sense. So here we have Unstable Miasma. That is our soak that I was talking about. So on the blood side, someone's going to get this soak. Boom. It's going to go out. And we just drop this kind of in the corner, ideally. And then we are going to get in this. You don't need to full group soak this. Keep in mind, the more people that soak this, the more puddles are going to spawn. Honestly, you could probably do this with only like 5 players and split that soak, depending on group size. But honestly, it didn't seem too bad to just have the full group soak. You have more than enough room in the actual arena here. Don't worry about these. These are mythic mechanic. Ignore those. Otherwise, these are the dots going out there. You can dispel them, the magic dots. They can appear. You can see there, the magic dot actually appeared on the other side. So that is something to keep in mind as well, is the magic dot mechanic can go on the other side and the slime mechanic can go on this side. So just beware. Let's skip the intermission for now and go to the green guy real quick before we talk about the intermission. So obviously do the intermission, you will have the guys swap. So now we're taking the green guy, blood guy's going to the other side, and we're starting just next to where we were. In terms of the mechanics here, he is going to spawn a bunch of slime puddles. So you're going to see some spawn just behind us there. And basically what these do is they have to be soaked within like 12 seconds, I believe, like that. Actually, these weren't slime puddles. This is the heroic mechanic. So when you soak the slime puddles, or sometimes just whenever, these will spawn, and they will shoot towards the green boss, no matter where the green boss is. So if you are soaking slime puddles near the red boss, those green lines are going to go all the way from the red boss to the green boss. So here are the toxic droplets. And they're soaking here. So these are all the soaks. You have to soak all these, and they're all the lines from heroic difficulty specifically. Otherwise, as you can see here, this is the main mechanic it spawns this Venom Coagulation at. This guy just pulses for damage until you kill it. So you want to make sure you are focusing it whenever it actually spawns and just killing it ASAP. Now let's go talk intermission here. Fast forward until we find it. Here we go. So intermission happens, and now we're going to have to do addition, guys. Bad news. So basically, everyone in the raid is going to get a debuff of either 1, 2, or 3 stacks. You need to pre-spread here. This was close. You have to make sure you're pre-spreading before the intermission. You can see there's 2 stacks, 3 stacks, and 1 stack over here. Those are what those symbols look like. And basically, whenever you collide with someone, your stacks add together, and you're trying to add up to 4. This entire time, the bosses are like immune to damage. By the way, it's also a very long cast. So
4 to each color.
Pre-spread,
Does
full
matter,
focus
or...
on doing your math, figuring out where you need to go. Boom. And then it goes away when you get to 4. Pre-spread, full focus on doing your math, figuring out where you need to go. Boom. And then it goes away when you get to 4. If you do mess up on normal, I think it's just like a dot that you get. It's probably survivable. On heroic, you also will drop a giant puddle, similar to like the tank puddle. So it's going to be pretty large, but again, you could probably play around it. So just do your best to just full tunnel the math, though, ideally. And then that is that. As soon as everyone finishes, you can see here, we finished early. Look how much time you have, though. Like, you don't need to rush this at all. As soon as you finish, the intermission will end, and they'll be able to take damage again. But so take your time, basically. Take your time. No need to rush this. Make sure you are pre-spreading, and the fight just kind of repeats. You just keep alternating bosses back and forth, back and forth. That is Entombed Sentinels. Let's move on to the Lost Explorers. This is a trio boss here. They're all kind of doing their own different things. Let's start with the Scroll Sage in the middle here. Scroll Sage Iku's got an interrupt bolt. You keep interrupts on that. Otherwise, the main source of group damage is from this guy. It's Blink Nova. So he's going to target a random player. He's going to blink at them after a delay. And this is going to do raid damage reduced by distance. So you can see they're leading with this guy. Boom. Blinks, raid damage. The further away they were, the less damage it is. But we also don't want to destroy our cleave by too much. First mate Nama here is doing the shell spin frontal. This shoots out 3 turtle shells at a random melee player. So technically, if your melee are always on the outside of the room, they can bait it, or you can see them shoot off. And yeah, ideally, range don't need to dodge this, but just kind of depends on your positioning. Otherwise, the main problem with this guy is that, and yeah, ideally rolls at a random melee player. So technically, if your melee are always on the outside of the room, they can bait it, or you can see them shoot off. And yeah, ideally, range don't need to dodge this, but just kind of depends on your positioning. Otherwise, the main problem with this guy is that on heroic difficulty, he gives the other 2 turtles a 99% DR if they're all together. That is a heroic only mechanic. So on normal, you can actually stack up all 3 of the bosses together and just cleave them. But on heroic, as you can see, we have 2 of them here, and then the other guy, Gebo, is not tankable and is just patrolling around in a circle. And so we're gonna have to adjust which 2 bosses are stacked to line up their health together, because they have to die at the same time. Now, in terms of what Gebo is doing, you're seeing these boxes get thrown out. That is all he does. He just walks around the rooms throwing these boxes. These boxes are important for a couple of reasons. One, you can see a bleed going out on the raid. Whenever you touch a box, you get a bleed. But you need to destroy all the boxes, because if they sit on the ground for 25 seconds, they do an AoE hit. Honestly, like on normal, especially like a couple boxes alive is not going to be the end of the world, but on heroic difficulty it gets more scary, and obviously Mythic it's even scarier. And the other reason you want to pop all these boxes is because you need to find a fish. There's a giant moon on the screen. You see this blue arrow here? This fish came out of one of the boxes, and this fish is very important because this fish allows you to do 2 things. One, it lets you reset Morzaz's energy. See, there's like this red guy here, untargetable, this like troll guy. If he reaches full energy, you wipe. So using this fish on one of the bosses resets that guy's energy. So that is what you'll need to do that. The other thing it does is it triggers the ultimate ability of whichever boss you used it on. So you can kind of pick the order you want to deal with your ultimate abilities. You can only deal with each boss's ultimate 1 time, which means you get 3 energy resets on this guy before you hit the enrage. Now, I don't remember which one we did, so let's fast forward here until we see the ultimate ability. Okay, so we used it on Gebo, it looks like over here. You can see he's big and glowy, so whoever picked up the fish just runs over to the boss and uses their extra action button. And what's going to happen with Gebo is he's going to drop mushrooms on the ground. You can see this mushroom here. They spawn near players. On lower difficulties, you get more mushrooms. That is the benefit. And then he's going to debuff a player with a bomb. So there's the bomb debuff. And so this person is going to drop a bomb on them whenever that expires, and that bomb is going to shoot out a giant shockwave, and to get out of it, you need to step on this mushroom. The thing is, you cannot trigger this mushroom early because it gets destroyed after a few seconds from the first person touching it. So again, on Mythic, there's only 1. This is what the myth footage is. On Heroic, I think there's like 2 or 3, and on Normal, there's like 5. So you have more flexibility. So the shockwave is coming out here, and then we're going to have everyone go jump on the mushroom. I'm going to cheat with an immunity, but basically that's how you handle it. On Heroic, you get this giant puddle. On Normal, this puddle doesn't exist, and that is going to repeat twice. So that's going to have 1 more time here. There's our mushroom dropping down over there. There's our bomb player. We're going to go drop the bomb next to our previous bomb, and everyone's going to basically have to turn around and go to that puddle. On Normal, this puddle doesn't exist, and that is going to repeat immunity. So the shockwave is coming out here, and then we're gonna have everyone go jump on the mushroom. I'm gonna cheat with an immunity, but basically that's how you handle it. On heroic, you get this giant mushroom dropping down over there. There's our bomb player. We're gonna go drop the bomb next to our previous bomb, and everyone's gonna basically have to turn around and go to that mushroom over there. Again, I'm probably gonna go do paladin things over here because we're trying to avoid the bosses getting their damage reduction. Bomb goes out, boom, they jump over it. Next up, fling fish coming up. So again, the guys at 60 energy. The boxes are gonna start coming out. We need to start clearing them, getting our fish, and then we're going to clear his energy here. We did First Mate Nama. First Mate Nama's ability is a triple soak called Mighty Thud. So you're going to see here 3 players get a Mighty Thud debuff on them. It is a group soak, and it's going to knock back players' hit. So there's 2 ways to handle this. 1, split your raid into 3 groups, assign like on like markers or positions like left, middle, right, and just have the same set of people go to those soaks. The other thing you can do is what we're doing is we position them in a line, and we all get into the first one, boom, and we all get into the second one, boom, and we all get into the third one, boom. Again, the reason I didn't is to avoid keep the tank over here, but that's how we handle it. And again, this happens twice, so it's not going to happen again. So same deal. We're going to line up in 3s, boom, boom, boom. But again, you could easily do this with 3 distinct soaks as well. That's totally fine. Last up is Scroll Sage Iku. Let's fast forward until she gets empowered. There we go. So Frostfire Volley is her empowered ability. What she's going to do is she's going to apply ice debuffs to a bunch of melee players. You can see the tank can get targeted, and fire debuffs to a bunch of ranged players. When this explodes, the target is going to get a really nasty dot and then also drop a puddle on the ground. And the only way to clear said puddle is by touching it with the opposite debuff. So you can see here, boom, I have an ice debuff. If I now touch this fire puddle, my ice debuff will go away, but it will do a raid hit. So you don't want to like immediately have everyone clear, but you do want to clear because this dot is fairly nasty. So I'm going to go over, boom, touch it. My dot's gone. The red guy touched my puddle. That's gone. And the area denial is gone. And again, that is going to happen twice. This one is definitely the hardest of the 3. I think the mushroom is probably the easiest. So I would recommend doing the order we did here, where we did Gebo first, First Mate second, and then Scroll Sage last. But again, I'm sure you can have success with any of the orders here. It doesn't really matter. That is boss number 3 here. Now we can start getting into the wing end bosses, starting with Vashnik, which I believe is after the Entombed Sentinels. And so in this room, you're going to see these like altars. You can't quite see them, but you can see the paths leading up to them. There's a fire altar, a shadow altar, and a blood altar over here. And the boss is going to use his main ability, Imbibe, to draw power from the 2 closest ones. And what this is going to do is it's going to empower his ability from those shrines by a certain amount. I think it's like 200% increase on like the AoE hit he does, and 50% on the ad that spawns from that shrine. And so basically how this works is when you're rotating around the room, you're going to have one shrine that has 2 stacks empowered and one shrine that has 1 stack empowered outside of the first one, because they're both going to be at 0. Let's take a look at what these ads actually are. They spawn very quickly, 20 seconds in, we get the Imbibe. So here it is. She's channeling into this fire one, and also the purple one over there. It's going to spawn a few of these burning venoms. Again, this is mythic. I believe it spawns 2 on heroic and normal, but there might be 3 here. Basically, these guys pulse for AoE damage, and on death, they do an AoE hit. On heroic, this AoE hit is also a stacking 4-second dot. So in Bloodlust, what we were doing is standing next to the fire one, dropping an AMZ, and just destroying all of them and healing with the tail end of Bloodlust. That's a good strategy for the first set, but obviously beyond the first set, you're probably not going to be able to do that. So just keep it in mind, and you need to stagger kill these mobs. These guys can be death gripped, by the way, so you can just like stand off of them, death grip 1 in at a time. That's probably going to be the key strategy there. And grip is also a quicker. Clicking 20 seconds in, we get the Imbibe. 1. Rotating around the room, you're going to have one shrine that has 2 stacks empowered and one shrine that has 1 stack empowered outside of the first one, because they're both going to be at 0. Let's take a look at what these ads actually are. They spawn very quickly, 20 seconds in, we get the Imbibe. So here it is. She's channeling into this fire one, and also the purple one over there. It's going to spawn a few of these burning venoms. Again, this is mythic. I believe it spawns 2 on heroic and normal, but there might be 3 here. Basically, these guys pulse for AoE damage, and on death, they do an AoE hit. On heroic, this AoE hit is also a stacking 4-second dot. So in Bloodlust, what we were doing is standing next to the fire one, dropping an AMZ, and just destroying all of them and healing with the tail end of Bloodlust. That's a good strategy for the first set, but obviously beyond the first set, you're probably not going to be able to do that. So just keep it in mind, and you need to stagger kill these mobs. These guys can be death gripped, by the way, so you can just like stand off of them, death grip 1 in at a time. That's probably going to be the key strategy there, and that's how you'll deal with them. In terms of the other ads, and there's a dot, by the way, tank POV. Let me see if I can find a different POV of them, because we can't really see the purple ads over here. Probably gonna be later on in the fight. Yeah, so the red ads are about to spawn here. So these are the blood ads. Whenever this happens, it's a single ad that is supposed to be immune to CC. These guys are really bugged on the PTR. This guy's supposed to be CC immune. When you kill it, it splits into 2 ads, which are also CC immune. When you kill those 2, those split into 2 more. So basically, it's just you need to send enough people here. These are like the hardest to kill because they're CC immune. Yeah, you see it only spawned 1 more, and that one spawned 2 more. That's how it's supposed to be. Basically, when it dies, it's supposed to spawn 2. When those dies, it's supposed to spawn 2 more. So it should be 1, 2, 4. Keep that in mind. And then the purple ads, let's just fast forward again to the end. Was that too far? Yeah, here it is. So these are the purple ads. It's just a bunch of little shielded guys, and you just cleave them down, and then they shoot puddles everywhere on death. So easiest ads by far. You can actually, like what we did, if you look on the previous set, like we just sent, I think like 3 DPS to like keep slows and then AoE them down, and everyone else was on the red one. They're just super, super easy, and there's not really a lot of punishment to dealing with them. This is a perfect view of the heroic mechanic. Malignant Catalyst. These circles are soaks. They spawn near the raid. That is, again, heroic only, 1 person per soak, and you are good. That is all you need to worry about. Outside of this, there is one mechanic that persists for the entire fight, and then an infection mechanic, which is variable depending on which current altars are empowered. Plague Froth is throughout the entire fight. You're gonna see there, boom, it's a debuff on a bunch of players. I believe there's less targets on normal and heroic, and you're just gonna shoot out waves through yourself when it expires, so move away from allies, shoot the waves away. These like little things on the ground aren't there on heroic and normal. That's a smithing mechanic, so you just want to get these out of the way. Make sure you're not shooting waves through the boss, essentially, is like gonna be the rule, I guess. Other than this, the infection mechanic. So basically the boss is going to put out infections on players, and these infections are going to vary depending on which altars are active. So right now we have 2 stacks of the Shadow Altar and 1 stack of the Fire Altar. Which I can fast forward here 25 seconds when the infection happens. Here it's coming now. So the infections are going to go out. Now so the Shadow Altar. The Shadow Altar has this healing absorb on people, which is going to drop puddles underneath them. So healers need to focus healing into them to get rid of it. There is also, you can see there's players debuffed. You can see it on the screen here. There's like a fiery debuff. This is going to be a magic dispel dot on these players. And when you dispel it, it does an AoE hit. So again, you want to make sure you're dispelling it at a safe time and not dispelling all of them at once if there are multiple. The blood debuff, I can fast forward one more time to show that off. Hopefully, here it is. This is the blood debuff, these red circles. This is another healing absorb. However, you cannot be healed while you have this debuff. Instead, the only way to heal yourself is to leech health from allies in the circle. So when you get this, you kind of want to like stack up on players in order to get healed. You can do like a range and a melee stack kind of deal to kind of make sure you're splitting it and you're not leaving each other. But you know, as long as you have these people standing on a couple other players, it should be able to out heal that dot damage. Otherwise, it continues kind of rotating around the room. I like actually starting in the spot we're in right now. For this imbibe, if you stand here, it's the fire and the blood. This does require you to have a death knight in your group to death grip these burning venoms in on pull, but I like actually starting here because I think the most dangerous altar to empower is the burning venom, and this way, if you start here and then rotate clockwise around the room, doing blood purple next, and purple fire, and then fire blood fourth, it delays that double fire buff on the boss until that last one. That makes it a lot less dangerous in my opinion. It does require death grips to grip these guys over here, because if you stand over here, it's going to empower the purple one and not the blood one since you're closer to it. So just keep that in mind. That's what I recommend. Next up, boss number 5, Scissorag. This boss was really, really cool. It's also one of only 2 heroic VODs I'm going to be using, so this boss didn't change too much over the course of the PTR. They kind of got it good early, so I'm a big fan of this one. The main mechanic has to do with winds in this phase. We'll see if the winds appear first. Okay, I'm going to fast forward past this one too. You can see them now. So you can see there's like 1 tornado here, 2 tornadoes here, and then one of these other sides is going to have 3 tornadoes, and these indicate the order the winds of the intermission are going to blow. They're always going to blow from the first one initially, then from the one with 2 second, and then from the one with 3 third. And this is important for this mechanic you can see here. It's called Venomous Surge. It debuffs 2 players, and then they drop this cyst on the ground. And basically what this cyst does is it does a big knockback on everyone, and it also causes you to stick to the platform. And so basically what you need to do in this phase is have these cysts directly across from all 3 of the winds. So you can see here, this is directly across from these double winds, so now it's covered. We're going to make sure that we have another cyst across from the single wind, and then another cyst across from the triple wind, and then we'll be fine for the intermission. These cysts also do drop-off damage. Just be careful if you're dropping it near your raid when you are actually spawning them. It's quite a bit of damage. Otherwise, for the remainder of this boss phase, you need to make sure you're not getting near these cysts because you do not want to activate them early. In terms of other mechanics, we have the crosswinds mechanic, also very cool. Basically, a bunch of people, you either have a wind blowing in one of 2 directions, and you need to line up with someone that is pointing at you, essentially. You need to point your wind at someone who's pointing their wind at you. You can see this close here, where we have someone pointing this way and someone pointing this way, because basically you're going to get knocked up into the air in that direction, and you want to get knocked into someone else, and that will cancel the knockback for you. Boom. So they bounce off each other, and they land back on the ground. Obviously, if you have knockback cancels or knockup cancels, technically you could use that here, but it will mean someone else doesn't have a partner because there's an even amount of both types of debuffs, right? So you don't want to hit any of the like knockback prevention abilities here. That brings us to the Apex Predator combo, which happens twice throughout this encounter. It is a mixture of a tank combo and a group soak and stuff to dodge.
But it's even, and you have not even people in the raid, and then what?
It's a 5-part combo where there's 2 different types of frontals that happen twice each, and then 1 thing that spawns tornado. So let's go through and see what spawns first. Boom. Ravage is the tank frontal. This will happen twice. It's a big physical hit, so it's defensive. Boom, it goes off. Next is going to be Tempest is the tornadoes. You're going to see a bunch of tornadoes spawn around the boss. These are kind of nasty. They apply slow and a poison dot. You can dispel it, so poison spells are going to be nice on this boss. The third combo ability is Mutilate. This is a group soak. On normal, you can just have your raid stack in one spot and have them take these mutilates together. On heroic, you get a damage amp from this ability when you soak it, and so you want to split your raid into 2 groups, and so one tank will point at one group with a mutilate, one tank will point at the other. So pointing at the group, boom, and then we're going to get a second mutilate at some point so the other tank takes it. We were soloing on the PTR. This has been fixed. You do have to have people soak it. And then Ravage again. So there's 2 mutilate soaks, 2 Ravage soaks, 1 spawn of tornadoes. The order is random. It's not going to be the order you just saw. It's going to be some random combination of those abilities, so you need to be ready. Otherwise, the only thing to be aware of on Heroic specifically is the spawning of puddles, which happens on the Venomous Surge cast. This is also what spawns the assists on random players. When this happens, the boss is immediately going to spawn puddles around himself. So you always want to try and tank the boss near the edge for the Apex Predator combos, because it's always shortly after the Apex Predator combos, because we want these puddles to get blown off by the intermission. So you see we move in there, and now that we're near the intermission, because we've done a couple Apex Predator combos, we move to the middle, and this is how it's going to work. We're going to Raging Crosswind. I'll fast forward actually. So here's the intermission. Boss is going to dig in the middle of the room. This is a 30% damage amp, I believe. It's also like pretty synced with 2 minutes, by the way. It's like 151-ish, and it lasts for, I believe, 25 seconds, if I remember right. So you can line up, yeah, there it is. So you can line up your 2 minutes with this pretty much every time. You're getting pushed in the order, boom, someone detonates that, we get knocked away, and we also get this slow on us that is preventing the pushback for the duration. It is important that you kind of recenter on the middle of the room here so that you don't get knocked at a weird angle. Like this, right? This is like, could be a little problematic if you were knocked a little bit further. So just be careful of that. It's the end of the world, as you saw there, but it can be somewhat problematic. Boom, there's the third one, and then we are done. It always does 3, and then there's going to be new wins that spawn. You will notice there's still assists left, right? You get 4 assists per phase, so we need to make sure we detonate this early in this phase. So we hit it while we're all in the middle of the room here, just to make sure that it doesn't auto-detonate later on, and then go straight back into the actual boss phase itself, and just repeats from there. Pretty cool fight. I like a lot of the mechanics on this fight. I think it's going to be really, really fun. Got a good mix of cool things, so hopefully you guys like it as well. Moving on, though, we have the second last boss we're going to be covering in this video in Twin Fangs. 2 big old snakes, stationary boss next to each other here. This whole mechanic revolves around this ability called Eternal Venom. It's a dot that stacks up on basically all the poison mechanics. Will give you a stack of this. If you get to 11 stacks, you instantly die on normal. I believe it's 10 stacks on heroic. So it's all about managing your stacks here. This is a mythic VOD. Ignore the 4 prop paladins. Don't worry about that. So going into the boss fight here, couple things to be aware of. Probably the Stonebreaker one is the most important one for melee DPS. This is a tank mechanic, but it spawns these circles here. You can see, like in melee, super easy. Just walk in these and immediately die, right? You really don't want to do that, so be aware of that. This always comes in front of Ithraz, so just be aware. This is the blood guy, so he does the stuff that doesn't really apply debuffs to people. That's all coming from Vexel. So you're gonna see here Venomous Emergence. This is going to spawn ads in the middle of the room. I'm pretty sure my view is horrendous, so we're not actually going to be able to see very much here, but it's gonna go off. Everyone gets a stack when this happens. Every single person gets a stack when this happens. Went up to 2 stacks here, and these ads aren't real. These are mythic ads. Don't worry about them. Behind me, there are ads, and the ads behind me, you can see this. You can see the edge of the ability. Okay, listen, I'm a tank. What do you want? You can see this. This is a random target frontal line attack. The target of this ability will get another stack of this debuff. Anyone who touches that line will also get a stack of the debuff. So you just want to focus those ads in the middle of the room as quickly as possible. Kill them so that you have as few of these frontals going off as you can. And again, if you get targeted by this, stand still. Everyone else can avoid them. Some debuffs. Coiling Ichor is a circle debuff that's going to go out on random players. I wonder if we will see anyone with it here. But basically, you're going to drop a puddle on expiration. So you just need to use a defensive... Oh, I was over there for a second. For a split second. Okay, there it is. So this circle, it's going to get smaller over time and deal more damage as it goes off. So if you are hitting a defensive, you want to make sure the defensive is lasting for the final tick here. And you see they're out of the way because they're going to drop a puddle on expiration. There's also going to be waves that shoot across the platform at some point here shortly. If you get hit by a wave, here they are. You get a stack of the Venom. You don't want that. And then we get to the Ravenous Feast here, and this is your only way to clear stacks on this fight. Basically, Ithra is going to do 3 slams. All of them are group soaks. Each slam will clear a stack on normal. On heroic difficulty, you get a damage amp thing, and you can only clear stacks from one of these soaks. So you need 3 soak groups on heroic. On normal, you can just have everyone kind of get into these. Beware there is a knockback. You can see blue attached to it, so you may not necessarily be able to get into every one of them if you don't have a good knockback prevention. So you still may want to split things up a little bit. Other than this, there are these little soaky things that are going to appear here, these orbs, and basically you need to touch them to remove them before they blow up, and again, touching one does give you a stack, so that is something to keep in mind. That is all the things that I think are going to give you stacks in this phase on normal and heroic. Every so often, these bosses are going to reposition. Let's fast forward here. I believe it's past this Ravenous. There it is, yeah. So after the second Ravenous Feast, the bosses are going to reposition. The tank on Vex Hool, the poison guy, is going to be the one aiming this beam. So boom. Here is a Vile Flood. He's charging up a beam at the tank that was on him, and you see these orbs spinning around him. The blood guy is repositioned here. He's shooting out all these circles that we need to avoid. There's obviously waves as well. This guy's going to shoot out a beam, and the beam is going to go in the direction the orbs are rotating around the boss. So you can see they're rotating this way. That means the beam is going to start here and rotate upward this way. And so you can run left to avoid it, and then you can follow it, or you can use ports to get over it, whatnot. It kind of depends on strategy. We were dodging the opposite direction and then chasing it generally, because you can see it goes all the way around. It doesn't go 360. It goes like, I don't know, like 270, maybe. It doesn't quite go, maybe a little more, but it goes most of the way. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. It goes most of the way, and then the bosses are repositioned to wherever the blood guy was screaming. So keep that in mind, and be careful when you get there. By the way, it's very, very dangerous. But we're gonna die here shortly on Mythic, but on Heroic you would continue the same phase. You'd just be taking more damage because generally you aren't able to clear all the stacks you're getting each phase. So each progressive boss phase is going to be more and more dangerous. There we go. Twin Fangs. That brings us to Heroic Altered Fangs. This is a doozy. This is a Heroic VOD. I am debating making a standalone video for this boss specifically, depending on how difficult it is on live servers, because there was a lot going on in this encounter. Let's just get right into it though. So phase 1, we're fighting Zul'Jan. He does his big AoE pulse. He's going to spawn a ton of poison, and what it's going to do is going to start with the main mechanic of this phase, where he's spawning these like little orbs. I think they're called Coalesced Venoms, and basically these explode when you cast that ability again, and so you want to destroy them yourself before that happens. with the tank frontal. So tank frontal, you shoot at the orbs, they blow up. On heroic, they apply a dot. On normal, they just blow up. So on heroic, you want to make sure you're not destroying all of them at once, but you want to try and get as many as you can. In terms of who's moving, you can see here.
So, John, what happened to you?
Step on them, and they're on you for a bit of time, then they'll drop after a duration. And basically, who's going to be in charge of moving these are off tank. So whoever's not actively tanking, so I got swapped, I went and I picked up the orb and positioned it, and then mobile range. Like we had, like, I think BM hunters helping with this as well. So whoever in range you trust to be mobile to do it, and then whichever tank is not actively tanking the boss, they should be the ones doing the bulk of moving because it does splash and deal a fair bit of damage. Now, you did see us move towards one side of the arena here, and that is for this guillotine soak. So on normal, you can just full group soak this. You don't need to worry about anything. On heroic, it does give you an amp debuff, so you need to split your raid in half. Half of them soaks this, half of them soaks the next one. But it needs to be towards the edge of the platform because, boom, giant circle, giant circle. I wouldn't gate here. I think this is a bait. You saw us automatically pick up like a poison orb and whatnot, so just be careful. But again, now we're immediately going back in, trying to position orbs, clear out orbs. And keep on top of them before we get overwhelmed, right? So again, I'm not tanking. I go grab an orb, try and line it up to make this. This is a bait, but it needs to be towards the edge of the platform because, boom, giant circle, giant circle. I wouldn't gate here. I think this is a bait. You saw us automatically pick up like a poison orb and whatnot, so just be careful. But again, now we're immediately going back in, trying to position orbs, clear out orbs. And keep on top of them before we get overwhelmed, right? So again, I'm not tanking. I go grab an orb, try and line it up to make this frontal easier to hit all of them. And that is basically this phase. There is poison dots going out, as you can see. So having poison spells again on this fight is going to be useful. I don't know if you saw there were glaives. Axe grinder shoots out little spinning axes around the room. These are nowhere near as dangerous as Lyric glaives, so don't worry about that. But they are still things that you'll want to kind of generally make sure you are avoiding. But this is going to just continue like this until you kill Zul'jin. You put him to 0% health. And so just fast forwarding until then. When he actually goes to 0% health, by the way, he will destroy all the remaining orbs. You can see we're stacked up here. Boom, they all blow up. We stack up in an AMZ and a darkness and a spirit link just to make sure we survive. So depending on the timing you kill this guy in, you may have a lot of orbs left, you may have none. So just be aware of that. And now we enter phase 2 where you are fighting Malacras. So this guy has an entirely new set of abilities. Starting with Dread March, this is a mind control on random players. So ideally, you see you get targeted with a purple arrow. You want to make sure you get under the boss when this happens, and people can like drop CCs and cleave them down to get rid of the mind control ASAP. When this happens, boom, you can see these spirits forming. Each mind control person will spawn 2 of these manifestations. These manifestations will fixate a random player. If they reach them on normal, it just deals shadow damage. But on heroic, you get mind controlled if your guy touches you, which is obviously very, very bad. So you need to kite it, but if you are staring directly at it, it will stop moving. It freezes, right? It's red light, green light, basically. So you need to position these guys into a designated spot. You see we have a red marker behind me. That is our designated spot to have whoever is targeted by these guys to kite them to the spot and then stare at them so they stand still on the spot. And then the tank frontal in this phase destroys the spirit. So that is why we are doing this. Now, you can see an actual attackable ad down in the bottom right here. This guy is a heroic-only mechanic, so on heroic, the boss will spawn these, like, soul coiler guys. They aren't tankable, and they just do this really long Whale of Terror cast. You need to make sure it is always interrupted, so have a range kick order on them while the people are cleaving them down, multi-dotting, that kind of thing. But every time you interrupt it, beware this guy teleports to a new spot. So you don't want to spam interrupt on it. You do want to, like, milk this interrupt towards the end, especially if it's in a spot where you can get decent cleave between the boss and this guy, and just, like, have it be, cleave down. He spawns like every, 40 seconds-ish, so you have quite a bit of time to actually kill this guy. Again, not tankable. Melee DPS shouldn't focus too hard on it because it's generally not near the boss. Potentially, we could have done something like move this guy here for cleave if it's important, but, generally it wasn't super, super necessary here. And these guys outside of this will just occasionally pulse for, like, some random target damage, and that's about it. If they do reach 100 energy because they've just been alive for that long, they'll become interrupt immune, so you don't want that. So you can't be too slow, but generally that wasn't super problematic. Other mechanic for random players in this phase, Gloom Bomb. So this is going to go out on random players. You're going to get a circle around you. You and anyone who gets hit by the circle will spawn little spirits around you, and you have to collect those 3 spirits before, I think there's like a 12-second timer-ish. Otherwise, you die. You just immediately die. So make sure you are getting out so you aren't cleaving anyone and you're collecting your spirits. Now, what do those spirits look like? Well, luckily, as a tank, I can still show you because it's attached to the tank buster too. So boom, this is going to go off, and now you're going to see what these spirits look like. See the 3 little white things going out? Now, I believe they've made them bigger and a little bit more glowy than this since this testing. But they basically spawn in a triangle around you, 1, 2, and 1 is in the stack of nonsense. But that's generally what they're going to look like. Run around, get all 3 of them. Oh, there it is. And then you have this debuff, basically, and that's how you can tell when it's gone. That little skull debuff was the timer. And then you just kind of repeat again until the boss is defeated. Actually, there's one more ability, Eternal Nightfall here. The boss is going to gain a shield. Boom, boss gains a shield. This shield has been tuned up, by the way, since this, so you actually have to kill this shield, but you kill the shield to stop this damage. If the cast completes, you just die, basically. So you want to make sure having a shield break, extra shield damage, a couple classes have that, I think, is pretty useful. But again, this phase continues until Hex Lord dies. Once you've killed the Hex Lord, we're going to go into the intermission before the final phase. And basically here is kind of like a burn phase. So this is probably where you should Bloodlust. By the way, any other boss that I haven't mentioned Bloodlust on is probably a Lust on Pull, just so we're aware. Zul'jin, wherever he died, is going to be resurrected. So it is beneficial to try and kill him in like the center of the room as opposed to the edge over here. But Note that Malakras is totally immune to damage in this phase, so you want to be dumping all of your damage into Zul'Jan, who is taking double damage. That is why Bloodlust is value here, and basically all the damage you do to Zul'Jan just reduces the health he starts this final phase in. You have all these spirits going around the room as well. Every time they hit, they blow up, they do some damage to you. If they touch Zul'Jan, they heal him. And so this is why we're basically lusting for healing and damage here. We're stacking up, we're getting in all the healing cooldowns, we're playing goalie on Zul'Jan to try and reduce the healing as much as possible, and then at the end of this, we're going to be dealing with Zul'Jan and Malakras together. Now on normal difficulty, they don't have all of their mechanics, even on heroic they don't have all their mechanics, but on normal, what they're going to have is the Venom Orbs, as you can see here. They're going to be spawning this phase, as are the Puddles for area denial, as are the Spirits. Oh, there's, what are we doing there? No. There we go. Okay, as are the spirits. You can see there's spirits in this phase as well. So the tank frontal here, which comes from Zul'Jan, not from Hexlord Malakras. Only Zul'Jan has the tank frontal in this phase. This needs to hit a combination of the Venom Orbs and the spirits. So you need to have players stacking the Venom Orbs on the assigned stack spots for the spirits. It's going to get very chaotic here very, very quickly. The other thing that will continue to happen here, even on normal difficulty, is the Hexlord shield. Hexlord is going to be getting that shield.
Yeah, that's a lot.
On heroic, this gets spicier. Because you get guillotine. The guillotine so continues to happen in this phase. So boom, again, you need to have half your raid in this one, half your raid saving for the next one, running across the room. And then while this is happening as well, people are going to get gloom bombs. Again, gloom bombs only on heroic in this phase. On normal, you will not need to deal with the guillotine. You will not need to deal with the gloom bombs. So you can kind of like commit to positioning on one half of the room and stay there for the whole phase. But on heroic, you have to bounce back and forth. So it is very, very nasty. And then here again, here's the frontal. Boom, we position. We're trying to get as many spirits and orbs as we can, kill them, and also it spawns the tank spirits as well in this phase to grab. That is heroic. That is all for heroic of this boss. It is crazy. Like I said, this is very hard, and there ends up being a strategy that helps to drastically reduce the difficulty. I would probably make a standalone video for.
Is the first boss of the Venomous Abyss raid, coming with Season 2 of Midnight. Crowd control immune and splits into smaller raid frontal. It splits its damage so the tanks just react to whatever is happening. Boss ability is fountains, but running for 40 seconds. The same target.
Oh fuck. Okay. So I will do the method one and the video tomorrow. It's kind of late to do stuff like that when your brain is. But it doesn't look bad. Well, that's it for today. I mean, like, I could also watch some of the method one. Not incognito, this one.
Hello everyone, this is Perky from the Guild Honolulu and you're watching Method's Guide to Heroic Nexali. But before we begin, keep in mind that this is PTR footage, so things may look, sound or feel different once the patch hits live servers. Nexali is the first boss of the Venomous Abyss raid coming with Season 2 of Midnight. It's a two-phase fight with one pretty cool intermission, especially if your raid has strong AoE. The recommended comp is a standard of nothing is allowed to reach the well coming with Season 2 of Midnight. It's a two-phase fight with one pretty cool intermission, especially if your raid has strong AoE. The recommended comp is a standard of 2 tanks, 4 healers and 14 DPS. There is one rule for this entire fight: nothing is allowed to reach the well in the middle, including you. Pull the boss to the entrance area and face her away from the raid. She doesn't have a typical frontal, but she casts Possession Barrage on the current tank every now and then. This sends out 4 spirits that each deal distance-based damage to the entire raid, and they pop on the first target they reach. So the tank wants to be at least 30 yards away from the boss to make it safe, and everybody else needs to stay out of the line. Her other tank ability is Howling Strikes, which simply reduces healing taken. Taunt swap once you reach around 30 to 40% healing reductions, unless you wanna get flamed by your healers. Several players will also get targeted by Essence Rend. This pulls you towards the middle for a moment and applies a 15-second dot that can be dispelled. When the dot ends, it places a permanent puddle at your location. So move out to the side and get dispelled. Stacking everyone up and mass dispelling also works, just don't drop puddles in the middle of the room. And speaking of the middle, there's a huge well there that you don't want to stand in. But more importantly, your job is to prevent any restless Amani adds from reaching it. These adds spawn from the sides of the room and walk towards the middle for as long as they have their shield up, which you can remove just by dealing magic damage. Break the shield, then kill them. Every ad that reaches the middle gives the boss 5 energy and hits the entire raid with Soul Coil right. That's a small dot on its own, but it ramps up fast if several ads reach the well in a short span of time, because Ritual Burn makes every following ride hit harder. If she ever reaches 100 energy, she triggers Uncoiled Rage, which is effectively the Enrage. The boss also gains energy on her own through Soul Coil Ignition, which is essentially 4 Soul Coil rides back to back. So make sure you have 0 Ritual Burn stacks before this happens and have healing cooldowns ready. At 50% health, the boss moves to the middle and becomes immune. This starts the intermission. Right at the start, one side of the room gets hit by Soul Transfer, a 15-second channel that spawns an ad called Echo of Javai. Just make sure you're not standing in the beam when the cast finishes. The Echo casts Hungering Pyre on the current tank, a large circle that needs to be soaked with the group to split the damage. It's best to send your melees in, and here's the trick: the pyre removes any corpses it's standing on. All the players who do not soak get slithering flame circles instead, which you can use to burn away leftover corpses around the room. Why do you care about the corpses? Because during this phase they revive as empowered adds through Vessel of Awakening, which deals additional damage to the entire raid. So think of the intermission as a cleanup duty. Once you kill both echoes, the intermission ends, and phase 2 is a race against time. The boss deals raid-wide damage every second with uncoiling and keeps all of her phase 1 abilities. You want to use Hero in this phase, and after she casts Invoke, all the puddles you placed in phase 1 start repositioning around the well, so simply dodge them as they move. On top of that, you're slowly getting overrun by ads trying to reach the well. So all you're really doing here is killing the boss before she reaches 100 energy. And that's all for the first boss of the Venomous Abyss. If this guide helped you, make sure to like and subscribe, and if you need more information, check out the written guide at method.gg. Good luck on your pulls, don't stand in the well, and I'll see you on the next boss.
Hey everyone, Simon from Fateless here. As someone who spent a huge part of my life playing RPGs and MMOs.
Why don't see the list anymore?
Hello everyone, this is Perky from the Guild Honolulu and you're watching Method's Guide to Heroic and Tomb Sentinels. But before we begin, keep in mind that this is PTR footage, so things may look or feel different on the live Venomous Abyss raid, and you might need to adjust your calculations in the intermission. The Sentinels are the second boss of the Venomous Abyss raid, with one phase and one very unique intermission. The recommended comp is a standard 2 tanks, 4 healers and 14 DPS. During this fight, your math skills will be put to test, so if you ever flexed about how good you are at calculating, good luck. First, split your raid into 2 equal teams. Each team fights one boss at a time, and you want to keep the bosses as close in HP as possible, because of Vitriotic Stasis at 100 energy, which heals the lower HP boss until it matches the other one. So if one group does way more damage, it kinda gets refunded in the intermission. The golems also have to be kept at least 40 yards apart, otherwise they take 99% reduced damage, so just tank one on the left and the other one on the right side of the room. Each golem puts his own stacking dot on all players within range, running for 40 seconds. This is what forces the side swap in the intermission, so the stacks can drop. And if a multi-dot class stands in the middle to hit both golems, congratulations, you now have both dots. I would not recommend doing this for too long. Each golem has its own set of abilities, so let's talk about the green golem first. The boss casts toxic droplets which spawn a bunch of orbs on the ground that players need to pop. Popping one deals damage and applies a small dot. If left alone, they explode after 16 seconds for massive raid-wide damage. There will also be a big green blob spawning from venom coagulation. This blob pulses raid-wide damage until it's dead, so it becomes your priority target. The boss also has a mini frontal called Blightburn, which shoots out green lines that come back to the boss after a short delay. Just dodge them both ways. And the tank mechanic is called Empowering Slam. It deals heavy physical damage and ramps up with each slam on the same target, only resetting once it hits something else. So the tanks also need to swap sides during the intermission. Now let's talk about the red golem, which is considered the harder one. It's recommended that this group starts in one of the corners of the room to make puddle placement easier. Players get infected with blood venom, and when it expires or gets dispelled, it drops a puddle on the ground. You get infected in 2 ways, either by blighted blood cast or by soaking debilitating miasma. Miasma goes on a random player and deals massive damage unless the group splits it. So everybody on that side soaks together, then moves to a good spot to drop the puddles that follow shortly after. The tank ability here is Injecting Strike, which works pretty much the same as the green golem's tank ability, with one addition. It drops a massive puddle once the debuff expires. So the tank who swapped from the red golem to the green one needs to walk to a safe spot just before their debuff runs out. And now comes the fun part, the intermission. This one guarantees absolute chaos the first time you get here, because apparently basic math is hard. The ability is called Helical Toxins. Each player gets 4 orbs above their head, red or green ones. All you have to do is touch another player whose green orbs combined with yours add up to exactly 4. So if you have 1 green orb and 3 red orbs, find a player with 3 green orbs and 1 red orb. That's all there is to it. You have plenty of time to finish this little puzzle, so the main rule is, don't panic. Look around, find your partner and play it safe. The bosses are immune anyway, so you have nothing better to do. If you collide with the wrong player, or fail to finish the puzzle in time, you get a massive orb called Cultivated Burst, which deals little damage on expiration and leaves a large puddle behind. So make a punishment corner for all the bad students to go die in. You can survive it with a very strong defensive or an immunity, but you didn't hear that from me. Once the bosses are active again, both groups swap sides and repeat the entire process. The red group should start in the opposite corner, the one without the puddles. And that's all for the second boss of the Venomous Abyss. If this guide helped you, make sure Hello everyone, this is Perky from the Guild Honolulu and you're watching Method's Guide to Heroic Vashnik the Malignant. Before we begin, keep in mind that this is PTR footage, so things may look, feel or sound different once it hits live servers. Vashnik is the 4th boss of the Venomous Abyss raid, with only one phase that changes based on which part of the room you're fighting him in. The recommended comp is a standard of 2 tanks, 4 healers and 14 DPS, and heroes should be used on pull. The core mechanic of this encounter is Imbibe. At 100 energy, the boss drinks from the 2 nearest fountains, gaining a set of abilities based on those fountains, plus a stack of toxic vapor that deals damage to the entire raid every 2 seconds and grows each time he drinks. So let's talk about the fountains right away and what the boss does with each one. Every fountain spawns its own type of ad and gives the boss a signature ability. The blood fountain spawns an ad called Clotting Venom, which is crowd control immune and splits into smaller versions when killed, so keep killing until every piece is gone. Its boss ability is Siphoning Infection, which gives several players a massive absorb and 100% healing reduction, unless they leech off other players by making them stand in their circle. So just make a melee camp and a range camp, and have the players with Siphoning Infection stand in one of those. The Shadow Fountain spawns a small ad called Shrouded Venom. that drop circles all over the place when killed, so dodge those. Its boss ability is Stygian Infection, another heal absorb but without the healing reduction this time. Heal those players normally and they move away from others once the Stygian burst circles appear around them. The Fire Fountain spawns 2 Burning Venom ads that pulse rate-wide damage until killed, and also stack a Fire Dot on players which forces you to kill them staggered, so either CC one and hard nuke the other, or make sure both die right as the first debuff drops. Its boss ability is Exploding Infection, which gives several players a heavy hitting dot and once dispelled, explodes for raid-wide damage. Stagger your dispels here and never dispel while the raid is low on HP. Now there are a couple of things common to all fountains worth mentioning. Every drink hits 2 fountains at once, deals raid-wide damage and empowers those fountains to deal 200% increased explosion damage and spawn ads with 50% more HP, for 90 seconds. This forces you to alternate fountains, but it also means you'll always have at least one empowered fountain active at a time. Because of that, the recommended order is Blood and Shadow, then Shadow and Fire, then Fire and Blood, then repeat. Feel free to experiment, as long as you always pick up a new fountain each cycle, you're fine. The other thing worth mentioning is that both Fire and Shadow ads are CCable, so you can fully lock one down while killing the other fountain's ads. But after 60 seconds, those ads become CC immune and gain 50% movement speed from Hardened Venom, so don't sit on them for too long. Which brings us to the most important part of the fight. Every ad is always trying to reach the green swimming pool in the middle of the room. If one gets there, the entire raid gains a nasty dot from Malignant Burst, and if more than one arise, you're most likely wiping. Outside of the fountain abilities, the boss has a few casts that happen regardless of which combo is active. Malignant Catalyst is a large orb above the pool that explodes, dealing raid-wide damage and spawning a few soak circles. Each needs at least one player standing in it, otherwise the raid takes a big hit instead. Plague Fort turns several players into poison sprinklers that hit anyone within 5 yards, and when it expires after 8 seconds it sends out plague waves in 4 directions. Move away from the raid and dodge those. The tank ability is Dripping Fangs, which deals massive damage and applies a 100% increased physical damage taken debuff for 32 seconds, forcing a tank swap every cast. So to sum it up, rotate fountains, kill all ads before they reach the middle, dodge waves, soak green circles, and dodge purple ones. Leech of others with siphoning infection, and don't mass dispel exploding infections. Don't kill the fire ads at the same time, and kill the boss before toxic vapor stacks get too high. And that's all for the 4th boss of the Venomous Abyss. If this guide helped you, make sure to like and...
I miss DBM on like telling you soak, move. You know, like sometimes you have circle, sometimes you soak, but sometimes you have to move away from the raid. And yeah. So before, even if you didn't watch the guide, during the fight when you listened to DBM, you were fine. But despite last 2 bosses, yeah, usually.
Hello everyone, this is Perky from the Guild Honolulu and you're watching Method's Guide to Heroic Zorak. But before we begin, keep in mind that this is PTR footage, so things may look or feel different on the live servers. Zorak is the 5th boss of the Venomous Abyss raid with 1 phase and an intermission. The recommended comp is a standard 2 tanks, 4 healers and 14 DPS, but adding an extra healer can make this fight noticeably easier because the damage intake throughout the fight is pretty high. Hero should be used on pool, but feel free to experiment with using it during the intermission instead, since the boss takes 30% increased damage there. Just keep in mind he's essentially playing ping pong with your raid at that point. The raid constantly takes damage from Ulatek's presence, and each melee hit on the tank increases their physical damage taken by 3% through Corroding Venom. Before you pool, split your raid into 2 soak groups. It doesn't really matter who goes where, so a melee and a range split is a good start. Just make sure each group has at least 5 people soaking, otherwise the entire raid takes lethal damage. Also place the markers around the room as shown in the picture, you'll need those later. The soaking comes from an ability called Apex Predator, which happens pretty much right away on pull. This is a 5 attack combination made up of 2 Ravage casts, 2 Mutilates, and 1 Tempest. Ravage is a tank frontal that deals massive damage and makes anyone hit take 400% increased damage from it for 25 seconds, forcing a tank swap before the next one. Mutilate is the raid frontal. It splits its damage based on how many players soak it, and it applies a 22-second dot that increases damage taken from the next Mutilate by 500%. Which is why you run 2 alternating groups. And lastly, there's Tempest, which sends out several tornadoes from the boss that roam around a bit, kind of like Lura Glaives, and deal massive damage to anyone they hit. These abilities come in a random order, and the cones are always aimed at the current tank, so the tanks just react to whatever is happening. It's best to tank the boss close to the edge, and take the tank frontals there, while the raid stands behind the boss in 2 groups, with the tank alternating mutilates between them. After every Apex Predator combo, the boss casts Venomous Surge. This is a combination of 2 attacks. First, 2 players gain a debuff that deals heavy damage for 10 seconds, and on expiration, it hits the entire raid, reduced by distance. A vicious cyst then spawns at that location. To put it simply, if you walk into a cyst, the raid gets knocked back and becomes more resistant to the wind. You'll need this to survive the intermission, and you get 4 cysts before each one. You want to place those cysts at the markers opposite the wind tunnels that will blow during the intermission. There are 6 possible tunnel locations, and you get 3 wins per intermission, which means you have 1 extra cyst as a failsafe in case someone drops 1 at the wrong marker. The tunnels that will activate are marked with white orbs inside them, and the number of orbs tells you the order. 1 orb means first cast, 2 orbs second, 3 orbs third. The other half of Venomous Surge cast is Caustic Claws, which spawns a bunch of puddles in the area around the boss. Dodge those and move the boss to the next free slice of the room. The whole set finishes with Raging Crosswinds. Several players get a circle with an arrow pointing in a direction, and after a short delay, they get knocked into the air that way. All you need to do is make sure your arrow points at someone else's arrow, so that the two of you collide mid-air. The range of this is very generous, the size of the circle in fact. So don't try to pixel aim the arrows at each other, as long as the circle touch in the air, you're good. If you fail to hit anyone, you slowly drift in that direction, which may or may not end with you getting yeeted off the platform. One thing to remember, a lot of classes can prevent the knock-up entirely, but that can be very naughty, because you might just kill the player who had hopes of colliding with you. Once you've done 2 full sets of Apex Predator, Venomous Surge and Raging Crosswinds, the intermission begins. There's not much science here. The main thing is that everyone is pixel stacked in the middle of the room. The wind then blasts out of a tunnel, and you let it push you into a cyst on the opposite side. If placed correctly, that cyst knocks you right back towards the boss, and makes you resistant to the wind, letting you keep hitting him through the damage amp. If someone is not properly stacked, they risk getting blown off to the side and setting off a chain of very unpleasant events, like this clip for example.
Tornado!
And pixel stack middle?
Oh, don't pop in. I top. Oh yeah, you
No, idiot! Repeat this until all 3 wind casts are done, then everyone moves towards the remaining cyst and someone pops it, so all 4 are clear before it auto expires. From here, the fight loops. You just keep doing what you've been doing the whole time. And that's all for the 5th boss of the Venomous Abyss. Hello everyone, this is Perky from the Guild Honolulu and you're watching Method's Guide to Heroic Sins, so some things you see on the screen won't make it to the live version. Twin Fangs is the 6th boss of the Venomous Abyss raid, with 1 phase and an intermission at 100 energy. The recommended comp is a standard 2 tanks, 4 healers and 14 DPS, and bringing specs that consistently hit 2 targets will make this fight a lot easier. You're fighting 2 bosses at the same time that do not share HP, and killing one before the other triggers Uncoiled Rat, which makes the surviving serpent gain 25% increased damage every 4 seconds, so keep them even and kill them together. Both bosses will also smack your raid hard if nobody's in melee range. The bosses cannot be moved, so the raid loosely spreads in the area where you pull, and you can use hero right away. The core mechanic of this fight is called Eternal Venom. It's a small ticking dot that ramps up and at 10 stacks you simply die. Getting hit by anything green in this fight gives you a stack, and some of it is unavoidable. As soon as you pull, the first ability is Caustic Deluge, cast on Vexul's tank. It damages the tank and increases damage taken from this ability by 10% for 90 seconds, forcing a tank swap once the stacks get too high. At the same time, a bunch of caustic globules spawn around the area and need to be soaked. Soaking one gives you a single stack of Eternal Venom. Leaving one alone means it explodes after 10 seconds and gives a stack to the entire raid instead. Idras uses Stonebreaker, which spawns 3 white swirlies on the ground that explode one by one. This is a tank mechanic and each soak increases damage taken from it by 33% for 90 seconds. If a swirly hits nobody, the whole raid takes heavy damage and gets knocked back. Tanks simply alternate, soaking every other set. Vexul then casts Venomous Emergence, which gives everyone a stack of Eternal Venom, and spawns 3 serpents in the middle of the room. The serpents use Corrosive Spit on random players, and anyone else clipped by it also gains a stack. So kill the serpents as soon as possible and dodge the lines unless you're the one being targeted. Some players are then affected by Coiling Ichor, a red circle that deals heavy damage and drops a slowing puddle when it expires. Targeted players just move to the side of the room and drop it there, without clipping each other on the way. Vexul follows up with Steer the Depths, which deals raid-wide damage. That part gives no venom stacks, but the green waves traveling across the room do, on top of the damage, so simply dodge those. Lastly, Itras uses Ravenous Feast. This is a large red circle that explodes 3 times in quick succession, dealing massive damage that gets reduced by having multiple players soak it. Soaking also removes a stack of Eternal Venom, and this is the only stack removal in the fight. You can only remove 1 stack total, and Soaking gives you 800% increased damage taken debuff from this ability for 8 seconds, forcing alternating groups. Either make 3 groups of 7 or more players, or split into 2 groups and send immunities in for the last pop. Once this is done, the bosses repeat their ability loop one more time, and the second time you finish Ravenous Feast, the bosses submerge and change sides. This is the intermission. Vexul pops out in the middle and casts Vile Flood. This is a laser that rotates in the indicated direction shown by the spinning orbs around the boss. Simply move in the opposite direction so you cross the laser, and the spot where you crossed is already safe, since the laser won't spin a full circle. If your melees decide to rush ahead and hit Itras, they just need to be ready to dodge once the laser catches up to them. Getting hit gives Eternal Venom stacks in quick succession, which mostly leads to deaths. During this, the raid also has to dodge Sanguine Storm, which is just the red circles on the ground that deal damage. When everything is done, both bosses reposition next to each other and the entire fight repeats from there. It gets noticeably harder each cycle since your raid slowly collects more and more Venom stacks, which acts as a soft enrage. The hard enrage happens when the bosses reach 100 energy for the 3rd time. At that point, they both move to the middle and cast Caustic Rain and Sanguine Storm endlessly, which kills you pretty fast. And that's all for the 6th boss of the Venomous Abyss. If this guide helped you... Hello everyone, this is Perky from the Guild Honolulu and you're watching Method's Guide to Heroic Nexali. But before we begin, keep in mind that this is PTR footage, so things may look, sound or feel different once the patch hits live servers. Nexali is the first boss of the Venomous Abyss raid coming with season... Hello everyone, this is Perky from the Guild Honolulu and you're watching Method's Guide to Heroic The Lost Explorers. Before we begin...
Wait, something is off. It's not guide for the yet for the altar. Yeah, and last boss of course, but altar is not here.
4% begin. Keep in mind that this is PTR footage, so things may look, feel or sound different once it hits live servers. The Explorers are the third boss of the Venomous Abyss raid, with one phase that shifts depending on which turtle is currently empowered. The recommended comp is a standard of 2 tanks, 4 healers and 14 DPS, but running a heavy cleave and multi-dot comp will make the fight significantly easier. Hero should be used on pull. You can have 2 bosses in cleave range, but if all 3 are together, they become immune to damage due to united defense. First, let's cover the abilities that happen throughout the fight regardless of who is empowered. First mate Nama shoots shells in the direction he's facing, dealing damage and stunning anyone hit for 4 seconds, so just move out of the way. His melee attacks will also increase physical damage taken by 4% on his current tank with each hit. Scroll Sage Iku uses Blink Nova on a random player, teleporting to them and dealing heavy damage to that player and the raid, reduced by distance, so move at least 30 yards away from the group. She also casts Icebound Flames on random players for heavy damage and a 50% slow, but this one can be interrupted. Her current tank takes Shredding Shards, which increases damage taken from that ability by 50% per stack, so swap with the Nama tank once this starts to hurt. Raider Gebo just wanders around and doesn't need to be tanked. He occasionally drops boxes near players. Stepping on a box applies a stacking bleed for 8 seconds, but the boxes still have to be popped for 2 reasons. The first is the disgusting fish hiding inside one, which you need to interrupt Final Ascension. The second is Relic Rupture, a heavy raid-wide explosion that goes off if a box is left untouched for 25 seconds. Keep a few players on cleanup duty, ideally ones with high physical resistance or the ability to remove bleeds. Evoker Dispels and Racials are great for this. There's also a 4th boss in the room, called Morzahi, which you can't interact with directly. He deals permanent raid damage through Malevolent Presence and handles the important stuff. The main one is Final Ascension at 100 energy. If he ever reaches it, you wipe. To interrupt it and reset his energy to 0, you feed a fish to one of the 3 turtles. Doing so hits the raid with fishy feedback, then Morzahi casts his command on the turtle you fed, granting them their ultimate abilities. First mate uses Mighty Tad, marking 3 players and then leaping to each one in distance order, closest first. The marked player takes massive damage that is reduced by others standing in it, so split into 3 soak groups. This doesn't apply a soak debuff, so technically same people could soak every jump. But since it knocks back and the next leap follows quickly, 3 groups is the safer setup. Each landing leaves an aftershock puddle for 30 seconds, so clear out after soaking. Iku uses Frostfire Volley in 3 sets. It hits several players with fire and ice missiles that leave a large puddle and apply a 1-minute dot. The trick is that you remove your dot by walking into opposite puddle, which clears both the debuff and the puddle. But if you fail to remove it and the next set hits that same player with the opposite missile, it triggers Elemental Explosion, which most likely wipes the raid, so clear your debuff before the second set every time. And finally, Trader Gebo, who has the coolest ability of the 3. It's a combination of 2, Mushroom Toss and Explosive Surprise. Explosive Surprise gives one player a bomb they can place anywhere, ideally at the edge, since it leaves a large shrinking puddle when it detonates. Mushroom Toss spawns a mushroom at a player's location. When the bomb goes off, it sends out a blast wave that deals lethal damage to anyone it hits, but you can jump over it using the mushroom, or with blinks, teleports and leaps. Players move onto the mushroom as the wave approaches, but be careful. Once it spawns, anyone touching it triggers it, and it expires after a few seconds. The order you feed the turtles is mostly preference, but my personal recommendation is Iku, then Nama, then Gebo. Once all 3 are done, the 4th time Morzahi approaches 100 energy, you won't have a fish to stop him, so that's your natural enrage. Lastly, all 3 turtles have a personal enrage that triggers when one of them dies, so you want to kill all 3 at roughly the same time. Iku is by far the worst, since she explodes for massive raid-wide damage that grows with each cast. Nama gains 100% increased damage every second and slowly starts one-shotting people. Gebo starts ping-ponging everyone with each strike, so if you're forced to stagger the kills, Gebo first, Nama second, and Iku last. And that's all for the 3rd boss of the Venomous Abyss. If this guide helped you...
Okay guys, I think that's it for today. Tomorrow Okay, guys. So see you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow we will probably do the